But don't worry about the camera right here. The camera right here is providing this view, all right, which will be in for part of the day. No, that intro is super old. All right. Yeah. Let's get started here. We got YouTube on as well now. So everybody's here. Welcome on in. All right. So as you guys know, the other day I did a FF7 speed run, and at the by the end of the run, just to recap, what happened was during the run, my circle button on my controller became so dilapidated. Look at this. You can't even like press it anymore. It became so like there's a regular button press, there's triangle, right? Look at this sad circle button. It's so dilapidated that I couldn't use it anymore. So I had to switch to this controller to finish the run with. This is not a PS2 controller. This is a PS1 Sony analog controller. Not a DualShock. Oh God, that's dirty. Not a DualShock 2. This is just some kind of controller that I had in my desk, that I had to grab in the moment. Then when we got to disc 3 of the run, my PS2 itself stopped reading the discs. So the run of Theseus, exactly. The PS2 stopped reading my disc 3. Once we got to disc 3, this thing just wouldn't read it. It lost several minutes on the first read of disc 3. It lost a couple more minutes on the second read of disc 3. So for the third read of disc 3, we finished the run on this PlayStation, the 77K over here. So here's the deal: is I think that my disc 3 is fine. And as you can see by the code, I mean, just to show it here, since we talk about it a lot, we talk about sonic discs a lot. Let's see, that's the ROM code. Boom, there it is. H41A10, written backward. Blammo, there's your Sonic Disc 3. But anyway, so that's why I didn't want to switch discs, is because I think, as far as I know right now, that's my only Sonic Disc 3. But all right, so it's time. Yeah. That's what I'm saying too. Yeah, the disc should be totally fine. I mean, we'll show the bottom of it too. It's not mint, but it's good. It's a nice condition disc. Yeah, Sonic disc. So we'll talk about that real quick. If you look at the code on the disc here, I think this tells us something about like what machine printed the disc or something like that. But they have some discs, some printings have slightly better load times than others. And so, yeah, what's wrong with the keyboard? Keyboard is fine. I mean, it's worn in, like, you can see where like the texture is worn off on some of the keys, but whatever, who cares? All right. So anyway, how many backup copies do I have? So that's the thing, is like I have a bunch of copies of FF7, but like let's look at this one. This one is a star 10. So this one doesn't have the whole code. It just has like these stars and a 10. I don't know if this one is Sonic. Let's consult the spreadsheet. We made a spreadsheet of all the different codes and which ones have better load times. And this one, I'm finding it here. Here we go. The FF7 speed running hardware guide. Just in case anyone's curious about the speedrun hardware guide, there it is. And so does star 10, which I think is written on here as just 10. Oh, that is a Sonic Disc 3. Okay. So I could have switched to that Disc 10 and we would have been totally fine as far as the load times go. So that's good to know. However, this copy... Oh! Hang on. So this copy is a Sonic Disc 2 and 3. Because if we're cross-referencing the sheet here... Oh, dude, Disc 1 looks gnarly on this copy, though. That doesn't look good at all. Okay. So here, this copy, Disc 1 is 4. It's a star 4 print, which is not a fast copy. This is normal. So we got a normal Disc 1. But then Disc 2, we got code 7, which is fast. Jeez. There we go. Disc 2, code 7, that's a fast one. And code 10 on Disc 3. So 2 and 3 are fast on this one. But then, here we go. I mean, let's just give one more example here. So here's another copy, right? Disc 1, we got... So if they're not stars, they're written backward for some reason. So this one's G41A07. That is a slow one. And by slow, I just mean normal, you know? Disc 2, we got G41A03, which is also just normal. And then Disc 3, we got G41A06, which is also just normal. So there you go. Here's a full non-Sonic copy of the game for you. So that's why I have so many copies of this game, was researching the Sonic Disc phenomenon. So there you go. That's the story behind that. Okay. So where were we? Oh yeah. So we got to figure out the status of this PS2 here. Let's plug it in real quick. The thing I love about 90Ks is that they don't need this power brick. The power brick is internal. So it's like the reason that I love running on a 90K is that it's got the same power cord that you can use for a PS1, 2, 3 if it's a slim, 4, and 5. They all use this same power input. And then... Why do they read faster? So if you... There's a site called like redump.org or something like that has information on the different printings, and the only the consistent piece of information that correlates to a Sonic disc is the write offset. All of the normal copies have a write offset of like 0 or 12 or something like that. Those are all normal discs. All of the dumps on that website that cross-reference to Sonic discs have a write offset of negative 600 and like 47 or something, 647 or something like that. But yeah, it's like it's a largely negative number on the write offset, whatever the hell that means. All right, you want to run FF8 Hundo? Is it fun? I don't know anything about FF8 Hundo. Okay, we're just gonna see if this guy works. Okay, so take me here. Take me here. Fire it up. Oh, the retro tink isn't on. All right, all right. Oh, I forgot. Man, I forgot to grab a disc to test. A PS2 disc, that is. We need to test both. Are the green highlighted ones the Sonic ones? Yeah, yeah. It's just for quick reference, but there's also a column that says yes or no. Okay, let me grab a disc. What's a what is a blue disc PS2 game? So I don't have to look at all my discs. And that's my assumption felt is that like if the data is further out on the disc, does that mean it reads faster? I don't know. I would expect the disc RPM to go down when the laser is further out, or something. The bouncer, SSX, Sims, shit, I don't have any of those. Oh, that's funny, dude. Uncharted, that's a PS3 game. Um Final Fantasy 12, I am 100% positive Final Fantasy 12 is not a blue disc game. Alien versus Predator, Mr. Mosquito? Oh, that's one I have. Yeah! All right, all right. Who said Mr. Mosquito? Oh. Night Watchman. There we go. Hell yeah, dude. Mr. Mosquito? Or hang on. We have a much better camera for this. Boom. There we go. We got ourselves a blue disc game. Good call. All right. All right, all right. So, hit me with this scene, and then we'll go. I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't want to be around anymore. Okay. There we go. All right, all right, all right. So first, let's just try a PS2 game. Can you load a PS2 game? I hear it trying. Okay, I think we just spun up. Yep, there we go. So it had a little bit of trouble, but then it spun up. We're doing fine. Okay. What's the deal with blue PS2 games? They are games that are on CDs and not DVDs. But the thing is that, so the thing is, because the PS2 can read both CDs and DVDs, the thing is that it actually uses two separate eyes to do those two things. Like the same eye can't read both types of discs, so it needs to be able to read both. Or like it you know, yeah. And PS1 games are on CDs. So there we go. We got a regular and a blue disc. Okay, let's try FF7 disc 1 here. Oh, that loaded up immediately. It didn't even have any trouble with that. Now, yeah, the blue discs have less capacity. FF7 disc 2. Immediate, no problem, no hesitation. Okay. Let's try FF7 disc 3. No, I haven't done anything to the system. No issue right away. No problem. So this tells me that it was only after running for a long time it had a problem. So yeah, apparently it only had, maybe it was overheating. Yeah. I think that might actually be the case. Cause well, what that tells me is that maybe this thing is just clogged up. Maybe it's just got dust in it or something. You know, I got two cats. I have long hair. Mrs. Dash has long hair. You know, why don't we just open her up and give her a clean? Just wash it off, you know, take it outside and hose it off. All right, so it's very easy to open these. First, they got 6 screws in them, right? 6 screws. And you can very easily see these 4 where the screws are underneath these things. The other 2 are under these rubber feet. These 2 rubber feet come off. These 2 rubber feet don't come off. And then it's just Philip's head. That's 5. There we go. All right. So here we've got, so here's that built-in power supply. Our fan is here. This doesn't really look very bad in here. I guess it's just in, I mean, the fans, right? It's like the fan in there is what we need to look at. Well, all right, pop her out. Hang on, actually, well, it'll be fine. I was gonna say, I just realized there might actually be there might be thermal paste on this thing. But hey, if I have to redo the thermal paste, I guess that'll probably be good. Okay, no, there's no paste anyway. All right, I mean, yeah, that's pretty dusty. All right, yeah. I mean, shit. This is our best option. Just to prevent any future overheating, right? The the other thing to consider, honestly, is that I think the 90Ks probably overheat more than the older models, you know? Because 90Ks, again, they have the power supply in them, right? And this thing generates heat. 77Ks, on the other hand, I mean, let's open up this 77K and show you the difference. Maybe this is just a reason not to run on a 90K that I never really thought was relevant before. So yeah, this is the system that I switched to and finished the run with. And yeah, not an issue until you're doing a 16-hour speed run, exactly. Okay, just make doubly sure this is empty. Yes, yes. There we go. Okay. So yeah, as you can see, the 77K actually has a nice heat sink here. Look at that. So are we saying, I mean, this is actually kind of like mind-changing for me. This sort of makes me think totally different about speedrunning on a PS2. That like, yeah. We've got a bigger fan. We have an actual heat sink versus this system. I mean, is it a bigger fan? Yes. It's a bigger fan in that, well, I feel like the fan blades themselves are the same size, but it's getting directed out a smaller exhaust on the 90K. While this has a larger exhaust that then goes through the heatsink. So yeah, I mean, again, I never considered this to be an actual like a reasonable thing to worry about until it lost me several minutes on my last run, you know? Now I can't remember if this is the standard laser assembly. I changed the laser in one of my PS2s and I can't remember. Well, I can't remember if I kept it changed or not. Hang on. I gotta take this assembly out. This is just for my own curiosity. There's no way the 90K just doesn't have a heatsink at all? I mean, where it be? Where is it? It's not on the it's not on here either. But again, though, it's never been a problem until the other day. Anyway, let's hang on. Let me finish this. Oh, this is kind of tricky to pull out. Ah, there we go. Is this a flip me up? Yeah, that's a flip me up. Ah, there we go. Oh, no. Oh, man, I knew I was going to touch something I wasn't supposed to touch. I touched the bar. Anyway, what am I looking at this for? This back, I feel like this is third party. This is not OEM, right? This laser. I think this is a replacement. Yeah, it's white lithium grease. Oh, I know. I'm the one who put it on. You better believe I greased this baby up. But anyway, yeah, I think this is the replacement drive, not the original. But let me just see, because that would mean I swear I've got it just sitting over. Yeah. Okay, so then this must be the original. Or no. Okay, this looks way more off market. Come on, you can do it, camera. There we go. Okay, no. I think this is the off-brand one. So then this must be the original. Off-brand? Original? Maybe? I don't know. Either that or this system might have had its laser switched before I bought it. I don't think so, though. I bet this is the original. Anyway. Did I make a comment about the BIOS battery wearing out? Yes. That is the reason that the glowy circles, the glowy dots on the PS2's main menu. If those glowy dots are not dancing around, that means that the CMOS battery is dead. Okay. Sorry. That was a little bit of a tangent. Okay, now we gotta plug this in, which is kind of annoying to do. Alright, here we go. Oh, get over here, camera. All right, I think we're good. Ah, jeez. Okay, well, I guess the is that an actual feature or just a coincidence? I don't know. But speaking of, I mean, we could replace the CMOS battery. Like, okay, so I'm thinking that the conclusion of our little show here is that we speed run on the 77K from now on. I think that's our conclusion. Is I think the system overheated, right? That's what I think happened. I think the 90K overheated with its lack of heatsink, and we should speed run on the 77K from now on. Now that said, we better put the 77K through the test here, through the ringer real quick. Make sure it loads games properly here. Real quick. Hang on a second. The 90 is probably better. I mean, did you see when the 90K lost me 7 minutes minimum on my run? Thor does a thing. Thank you for the 4 months. Thank you. I mean, the other thing is I will blow this out with an air compressor and put it back in, and then maybe that'll help in the future. But you know. All right. Overall, the 90 loads faster. We could test it. I mean, you know, we could test it. Okay. Let me get the power brick plugged back in here. Get the AV plugged in. All right. Get the power. Where does that lead? Over here. All right, there we go. So there are 2 things that you need to press down in order to get it to think that the disc lid is closed. Whoa, Mr. Mosquito. All right, so turn her on, and then. All right. Yeah, we got a blue disc PS2 game running no problem. Oh yeah. PS2 game, no problem. FF7, no problem at all. Disc 3. Zero hesitation. Try God of War. Isn't it funny that I just have it right next to me? Isn't that hilarious? I had no idea, though. This is a different kind of DVD? Really? It's a dual layer disc? Huh. Yeah, no problem. All right, Cosmoon, thanks for subscribing. Okay. Well, there we go. Looking good to me. So, and yeah, so this is what I was saying before. Is look over here, and you can see that that when I switched to this PS2, the little lights don't dance around. That means that the CMOS battery is dead. So why don't we just change that right now? Let me go grab a new battery, and we'll just change that right now. It was the 90K that failed, yeah. And so the new suspicion is that it overheated. You know, over the course of the many hours of the speedrun. So, I'll be right back. Okay. Well, yeah, let's do a couple things here. Let's change the battery on this guy, and then let's blow out the fan for the 90K also, you know. I don't know. I might just run on the 90K anyway, just because I like it. And then hopefully blowing out the fan just fixes the issue. But at the same time, I mean, this 77K seems to be tip-top shape. Might need a nylon brush for blowing out the fan. I've got an air compressor. Okay, so I don't actually know where the CMOS battery is. I mean, there's no way this whole thing lifts out right now, is there? Okay, it's been a long time, if ever, that I've disassembled a PS2 further than this point. Further than taking the laser out. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum. Ah, there we go. Oh, what's the K? 1,000. Yeah, I'll show you what I mean. There we go. And then let me put that somewhere it's not going to get dusty. So yeah, when we say 77K, what we mean is the model number. There we go. The model number is SCPH 77,000. And if the last number is a 0, that means it's a Japanese system. If it's a 1, that's a NTSC US. And if it's a 4, that means it's a PAL system. But yeah, the 77K just means the 1,000. Yes? It's not that bad. Nope, I'm all good. Oh. Oh, okay. Mrs. Dash is giving me pregnancy updates that I don't think you guys can hear. And then, all right. So anyway, probably just got to get this this RF shield off, right? Or is that what this is? No, it's not. This isn't an RF shield because this thing doesn't do RF. So what even is this metal plate? I don't even know. Anyway, this screw feels a little smaller. Oh, and then this is glued down, so we're gonna have to take this part out as well. Could also act as a heatsink, yeah. Whew. Okay. Anything else still holding this down? Can't really get a grip on it. Oh, it is a grounding plate, it looks like. Look at this. There's all these copper pads that these teeth come down and touch. So yeah, this whole thing is grounded for sure. Or is like providing ground. I don't know. It's involved in the grounding of the circuit. That's what I'm trying to say. And then we've got the fan screwed into the plate. I don't know if that screws even further down though, you know? Like if that is that holding it on any more? All right, I think this screw needs to come out. But I'm not sure if that's going to do anything. Oh no, that helps. Yes? I have water. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Mrs. Dash again, everybody. Okay. Man, there's like nowhere to grip this thing to try to lift it out gently. So I can't tell if something's holding it down still. Yeah. We are on our way to having our first kid. Exactly. Unplug the fan. So the board is coming up with this. This whole device is coming up. So I don't think we're having a problem with the fan. However, there might be something under the fan that is that's, you know, there might be a screw hidden under the fan. And if you're talking about this connector still being plugged in, it's just for this. It's fine. It's fine. No, there's nothing under the fan that's holding us down. I think it's just the ports have to slide into the front, I think is what's going on. So if I can get the back out, then we slide it out like that. But the back left corner isn't wanting to release either. Oh, there we go. I just had to give it like the tiniest amount of force. But that's the thing. I'm always so hesitant to do that. Okay. So now if we flip this baby around, okay. All right, flip her back around. So yeah, I imagine the CMOS battery is in here. You know what that means? That means that the thermal paste for this heatsink is gonna have to get undone. You know? Dude, what a pain in the ass. Hang on, I'm gonna look in there and see if I can just see it. I don't know. Did they do thermal paste on these things? I might be worrying about nothing. It looks like it's right here. It's definitely underneath right here. And all right, well, I mean, I'm just gonna get prying and we'll see what happens. Oh, hi, Mia. Hi, Mia. Okay, okay. Mia, you gotta not scratch the chair, please. I'm not really sitting in a way where she can cuddle today, you know? Are we snowed in yet? We were snowed in earlier in the year, but the last 2 days have actually been super nice. So all the snow is kind of melted. Or, well, a lot of it is. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, okay. First of all, I gotta screw this fan back in because it's driving me crazy that it's flopping around now. And then I see what we have to do. These gold pegs are screws on the other side. Hopefully it's thermal pads and not paste. Just making sure I'm not over tightening this at all. Okay, okay. All right, so yeah, if we flip her over, these gold pegs like this, these are screws on the other side. So let's get those. It looks like there's 4. Just 4 of them? All right. Oh yeah, those are really in there too. Yeah, these are like machine done. Yeah, okay, so we need the smaller screwdriver and then oh yeah. These are actually metal in metal, you know. Mia, I'm not really in the position to be cuddling right now. All right, so now these plates. Oh, well, okay, that one's free. All right, there we go. So there's that side of the board. Okay, I guess I do want to take the power button off now, since now something might catch on it. Okay, okay. We're just trying to we're just trying to replace the CMOS battery now is what we're doing on here. I'd like to unplug this fan, which I guess means I have to heal up this sticker. Hang on, hey, I gotta do this off camera. There we go. Okay, fan disconnected. So now, oh, there, yeah. Ah, perfect. Okay, and yeah, oh, that's easy. Just a pad. Perfect. Thermal pad, no paste. All right, beautiful. That's super easy. Okay, so once you know what you're doing, this is no problem. All right, so there's our CMOS battery. This thing is dead, which is why the thingy wasn't animating like I was saying. So let's just take a replacement here. Ah, geez. Who are they trying to keep out of these things? All right. Boom. There we go. That easy. All right. Well, that's it. Now we reassemble. This is interesting. There's like a plastic film I didn't notice was there before. The controller, we'll get to the controller. All right, so this I'll just keep on this part lined up with it. And then yes, hi Mia. Hang on, I'm just making sure I'm putting this on and that that plastic shield is good, or is in the right spot. Okay, okay. So now nice machine screws go back in. Oh, yeah. Zeal! Hello. Welcome on in. Hello, everybody. I don't know if oh, my cat, please. Oh my gosh. Are you serious? She's so cute. Okay. So, hello, everybody. Welcome on in. Very, very quick, catch up on what we're doing. I don't know if you guys saw, but on the Hundo run that I did the other day. So the other day I did a PlayStation Hundo run. And by the time I got to disc 3, the PlayStation was having trouble loading the discs. Well, today I said, all right, let's see what's going on. So I fired up the PS2 and it had no problem whatsoever loading any discs, you know? So I said, all right, you know what that means to me? That means to me that it's probably overheated, right? It probably overheated. So this is not the PS2 that we're running on. We were running on this PS2, which besides a little fan here, this is a 90K PS2 on the inside, right? 90K PS2. And yeah, I believe it overheated. If you look at the difference between a 90K and a 77K here, you might notice the giant fucking heatsink. It's not even giant. It's just a heatsink. It exists. The heatsink on a 77K exists. And on the 90K, it does not exist. So I'm thinking that means that this might be the reason to run on a 77K in the future. Yeah, so Vosgy, the 90K has an internal power supply. That's why I run on a 90K. The reason that I like the 90K is because it has this internal power supply, so you plug the regular power cord into it, you know, instead of having to plug the regular power cord into a power box and plug that into the system, you know? So I've never liked this. I've never liked the external power supply, but you know, this one has a heatsink that has a fan that blows directly across it. And so, you know, I think we probably just run on this now. So why am I taking this apart? Because the CMOS battery is dead. So I just replaced the CMOS battery with a new one. So there you go. That's the reason. That's what we're doing today. That's the deal with all of this. And right now we're just reassembling. Someone asked if you were to add a heatsink to this, would that make it not good for the leaderboards? I don't think so. I wouldn't care. If someone had a fucking water-cooled PS2, I think it would be fine. But I mean, I don't know. I guess it would depend on how... I guess it would depend on how crazy the difference is, you know? All right, so these screws were very tight, so I'm getting them real tight here. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I would just file it under, it's the runner's responsibility to keep their system running well, you know? Like, this is a question that comes up sometimes. People do act like, oh, isn't it like, how to phrase, like, the question that I've gotten about it? I don't know. The answer to me is that the answer to me is just that it simply is the responsibility of the runner to keep their PS2 running properly. And if that means that, like, you need to run a fan blowing on your PS2, then do it, you know? All right, plug that back in. I'm sure that'll be fine, not taped down. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not forgetting anything. Where did this screw come from? Let me think about this for a second. Big screw came from right here. Where did this screw come from? Well, I think overclocking, I feel like is sillier, because that's like we're talking about we're talking about modifying hardware at that point. I don't know. Anyway, where did that screw come from? If I set this down, you know, if we put this back in, shit, dude. Okay, we've got 6 screws for the case. We've got 1 screw that goes right here. We've got 3 screws that hold the disc, the laser in. Where did you come from? It's a smaller one. The fan only had 3. The bottom only had these 4. The bottom definitely only had those 4. Not the fan or power button, not the disc thing. I mean, there's only so many visible holes, dude. I don't know, it must not be that important, right? So anyway, yeah. So sorry, I'm not looking super closely at chat because I'm mostly looking at all these things. No, there was nothing underneath the fan. We checked. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep reassembling it, and we'll see. We'll see if we find where it goes. This screw was kind of a hefty boy. Under disk drive, top right. So you're talking about back here? I don't think so, bro. Because these 4 are the spots where these go in. Well, actually, there is something that's kind of funny, which is that, you know what? You might actually be right. You might actually be right, Barbarone, because, yeah, actually you are right. It came from right here. Because when we put the laser in, only these 3 have the long daddies. These long daddies only go in 3 of them. So the 4th one must have the small one. You're totally right. That's what it is. Okay. And then this one's kind of hard to see. It goes right there. So I've got a tip for you, by the way. This is something I want you all to know about, all right? If you guys are ever disassembling a video game system or game, I need you guys to know this, okay? Consider that right now we are screwing metal into plastic. So if we just tighten it, it's going to strip it out. Also, if I just start jamming in, it's going to cut new threads. And if you do that enough times, it strips it out without you even over-tightening. So here's what you do. You get it in the hole. Black Metal knows what I'm talking about. And what you do is you slowly unscrew until you feel it drop into the previous threads. If you unscrew while kind of pushing down a little bit, ooh, I just felt it. They just dropped into the previous threads. And now it'll go right in nice and gentle. And then don't over tighten it. All right. That's the PSA. Okay, make sure we got no cat hair. And we gotta plug a couple things in here. Oh yeah. First, it's this piece. This is like the most annoying thing to plug in. Cause you gotta not touch this while you're doing this. Mia, are you serious down here? Are you serious right now? It should use 4. I don't know why I only have 3. It's just how it came. And I mean, the 4th spot had a different screw, which is now in. You want to? I mean, yeah. There's no problem having only 3 of those. In fact, I'll show you something funny in a second. I just got to get this properly plugged in first. Okay. The 90K doesn't have any screws. The disc assembly just comes out. Right? It's just got these plastic posts that hold it in place, and nothing screws into these. It's just it just presses against the top lid. So yeah, I don't think it's any problem that, you know, the way that this one is assembled. Oh, I should have plugged this in first, bro. Sorry, it's all hands right now. I just All right, hang on. You're coming back out. You're flipping back around. Because I forgot to plug this in. Hello? Don't make me do things left-handed. Oh, I don't know why this is giving me so much trouble. Come on, come on. Oh. Got it. Okay. Had to be very, powerful like a gorilla, yet soft and yielding like a Nerf ball. Okay, and lastly, get this power button plugged back in. All right. I'm trying to read your name. Pancito? Integral? Thank you for subscribing. Whew. All right, get that gently back in. Okay. There we go. I think we're all set now. I think everything's plugged back in. Here, let's screw the laser assembly back in, actually. What's the ring made out of? I don't know. I wonder. Mrs. Dash might remember. Okay. The bottom connector above power. What are you talking about? Oh, this guy. Yes, good call. I had to take that one back out. Right. I plugged that one in earlier and then had to pull it back out when I had to redo the thing. Okay. Now we're good. So now, let's fire it back up. And we can see, oh, even with the battery changed? Okay, let's see if maybe like setting the system time will get the lights to dance again. Because I've never actually changed a battery before, so now we get to learn. It's tungsten. Ah. Black Diamond, like that Kiss song? All right, system config. Clock adjustment. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh. All right, it is currently 5:49. So I'll just set it to 50. Oh, yeah, it just hit 50. And there we... Oh, and there they go! Look at that! Okay, so what that says to me is that the lights must stop dancing when the clock hasn't been set, is what it is. That's what that... I think that's what that means. Because if the CMOS battery runs out you know, the most obvious thing to go is the time. That's why a Dreamcast asks you what time it is every fucking time you turn it on, right? And so yeah, so when you boot it up and it doesn't, and it has lost the time, it makes the lights not dance. So then when you replace the battery, it still doesn't know what time it is because you have to set it first. But now that the battery is replaced, now that the battery is replaced, now it'll actually remember it, right? So now we turn the system off. We unplug the system from power. All right, yeah. We are unplugged from power. Now we plug back in. We power back up. We've still got a light show. And it still knows what time it is. So there you go. Isn't that fun? All right. Now we'll just make sure I didn't ruin anything and that it still loads video games. Boom, there we go. There's FF7. Disc 3, by the way. Then we've got an infamous blue disc game. It was really only the Fats that had problems with the blue disc games, though, right? Yo, Minin. We're good. Regular DVD PS2 game. We're good. And lastly, dual layer DVD PS2 game. Yeah. All right. Looking good to me. Oh, wait. Maybe I wonder if I wonder if I released the disc tray for a second or something. Here, where's my controller's right here. All right, it's gonna be a little tricky, but we'll boom. There we go. I don't think I touched it, but we'll make sure here. I probably let go, yeah. Well, if I did though, I don't think it returns you to the browser. Oh yeah, no. See, we're good. Maybe yeah, I must have released one of the pads. Oh yeah, dude. Okay. So, I think the 77K in tip-top shape as far as I can tell. let's get the top back on. Let's get it reassembled. Oh geez, which top is which? Oh, you can tell this is the... I don't know. I think this is the 90K. Oh yeah, you just look at the top of it. Yeah. I was right. That was the 90K, which I could tell because of the posts for the disk drive. Does the 90K still work? Yeah, apparently. Like, I think I just need to dust out the fan. Is my that's my diagnosis for the 90K. Is it needs to be, the fan needs to get dusted. All right. All right. Remember the trick. Unscrew until you get that little click. And don't over tighten. You know, remember, you're not holding the car engine together, right? This is just a PS2 sitting on a shelf. These screws don't need to be deathly tight. All right. And how's it going, Sparrow? Okie dokie. Just get these rubber feet back on. And then I guess the 90K I'm going to have to leave disassembled because I have an air compressor, but like that's not something to do on stream. I got to go take the fan. Oh my gosh, I think I just dropped. No, I didn't. What did I just feel? Now something fell off the table over there that I didn't see what it was? Oh, geez, this is becoming a minor disaster. Oh? Why aren't you going back in nicely? Whoa. This plastic foot got all weird. I don't like that. There we go. All right, beautiful. There's the 77K. Good to go, baby. And then 90K, we will just I'm just going to set this aside for now, and yeah. Setting this aside for now. I'll clean out that fan. And then I'll decide if I'm still going to speedrun on this system. I probably will just because I like it. And we'll just see if there's a problem. No, I don't ever use a fat PS2. I like I love the slim, dude. I think that I think the slim PS2 is like the coolest looking console ever. Like this thing, I like. It's so small, it's so sleek. I think this is the coolest looking system. All right, anyway. Are you guys ready to get back to that TAS commentary? I'm just going to set all this aside, and then I'll blow that fan out off stream. I don't like GameCube? When did I ever say that? Or GabeCube? Are you saying GabeCube on purpose? Like the Steam machine? Or are you talking about the GameCube? Because here's what I'll say about computers that are shaped like cubes. My computer, my own computer itself, is already shaped like a cube. Because I love cubes, dude. I am a big fan of computers that are cubes. Don't worry about the dust right there. I'll let me worry about blank. In fact, let me go grab something real quick. So this is my streaming PC. It's a cube. It's great. And then I will be right back. I'll be right back. I gotta go grab my computer. It's right behind me, actually. Okay, here's the thing. I like cubes so much that my other computer is also a cube. Both of my computers are cubes. So that's how I feel about how cool they look. Okay. Yeah, I saw the memory card down there. I mean, my computer is only... There we go. Yeah, I saw the memory card down there, but... I mean, my computer is only here temporarily. Okay. Hang on. I just gotta sit down now. Look, when I do a stream like this, I get extremely disorganized because I'm too impatient to think ahead. And so I end up with a situation like this that I have to navigate around. Like, what's going on down here? Oh, oh. Okay. All right. Exactly. Black cube does what's needed. It's definitely not a cube. It's more of a cube than your computer is. All right. Okay. That Cane's cup still there? Yeah. But now I've got a Wendy's cup also. Oh, yeah. And this one, the Wendy's cup is see-through, so we'll be able to see the culture in it as it grows. All right. Okay. We are now here. So let's just wrap it up real quick. Wrapping it up, all right? I believe the thing that killed my PS2 during the speedrun was heat. I believe that the 90K overheated. Upon examining the innards of the 50K versus the 90K, I think it's reasonable to think that the 77K is less prone to the same failure due to a larger, more noticeable heatsink and a fan that actually blows on the heatsink. The 77K I have, though, however, had a dead CMOS battery, so we disassembled and I dropped it. We replaced the CMOS battery. So there we go. What is FF7 Ultima? Oh, it's really cool. I'll show you. It is, well, actually, I would need a controller to show you. It's a thing that Mav made. It's a tool that Mav made that allows you to do things like make save states, right? And that kind of thing. You've had a PS2 overheat and fail idling because you forgot to sleep mode it before? Yeah. I mean, I've heard that the Slims had heat issues. I've just never had one before. Did I consider a dirty disc laser lens as the culprit? I did consider that. However, that was quickly debunked by two things. Yes. It was quickly debunked by the console immediate, no problem loading up every disc I threw at it at the start of the stream today. The very first thing I did, because I actually came downstairs today with Q-tips, some 99% isopropyl alcohol, and a multimeter in order to troubleshoot the lens. However, I put all different types of discs into the system right at the start of the stream, and it loaded all of them immediately, no hesitation, no problem. So that's what immediately made me think, oh, it was probably heat, because the system had been on for 10 hours. And then we opened it up and we found only corroborative evidence toward it being a heat issue. So that's interesting. Shadow Kirby, thank you for subscribing. And could you mod your PlayStation to have better heat sinks? I think so. I don't see why not, because it's like, what if we said no? What if we said, no, you can't have heat sinks? Well, then that would just make people ask, what if you placed your PS2 in a freezer, right? Are you allowed to do that? If you're allowed to run with your PS2 in a freezer, then you should be allowed to put a heatsink in it. I don't know. That's what I think, at least. And okay, what if you're not allowed to run the PS2 in a freezer? Well, then am I allowed to speed run outside in the Minnesota winter? If I was to go outside and run my run out there, you know, I guess you guys, I can only speed run in the winter, so I can do it outside. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. I think as long as you're not as long as you're not modifying the hardware to run any differently, I think that the heat dissipation is do whatever you need to do to keep the system cool. I don't care. You know, that's how I feel about that. But yeah, the problem with fat PS2s though is that they don't have as good of load times. You need to run on a slim PS2 because only. And not even just a slim is good enough. A 70K slim, for example, doesn't have the best load times either. You need to have a 75K or higher in order to have a the best version of the PlayStation drivers that give the best load times. Okay, anyway. Is this my speed copy? Yeah, these are the Sonics. Put those over there. Put these over here. Okay, well that was a fun little adventure, wasn't it? All right. I think it's time to get back to the TAS, right? Unless anybody has any other questions about the hardware stream that we did today. Oh yeah, the old Noctua. You know what I mean? You know, I know all about Noctua fans, dude. They're all like, Noctua! Blow on that thing! You know what I mean? Mrs. Dash's computer has a Noctua in it. How do I feel about Linux? What do you mean? Just in general? I mean, I love the idea of Linux, but I don't have time to do Linux. And I know I say that and everyone's like, "Oh, it's better nowadays. It's not like it was before." But you know, I don't know. Like I tried to go to Linux when I was like 18. Or maybe I was like 20. I don't know. Like over 15 years ago, I tried to do Linux and it was like, it was cool, but every day I had to spend minimum 30 minutes a day troubleshooting it, you know? And so, so I just didn't have time for that, right? And so I just went back to Windows. Windows is fine, you know. I do love SteamOS though. Like I have a Steam Deck. And I love SteamOS on it. I'll tell you that. But the thing is, like, you know, I don't know. I enjoy the ease of access that Windows has. Yep. Oh, here's something I'll tell you, though, about Windows, is that I was having a huge problem with the taskbar. I am a side taskbar Andy. I like to have my taskbar on the side. Windows 11 does not do it, though. Windows 11 has no... Windows 11 does not let you do a side taskbar. However, this program, Start All Back, this program allows you to have a side taskbar on Windows 11, which is beautiful. And you know what else it does? It also restores your right-click menu to be like a proper fucking right-click menu, you know? Like if I right-click something, this is the actual right-click menu that I want, you know? Windows 11 does let you do it. Let you do what? Side taskbar? Because I guarantee you it doesn't. Unless they added it within the last month, it does not. And if you're going to tell me that you just went to your taskbar settings and you saw that there's a choice between center and left alignment, that is not what I'm talking about. That's not a side taskbar. All that does is it changes things from being centered on the bottom of the taskbar to being on the left of the bottom taskbar, but either way, your taskbar is on the bottom. So this program, it brings it back to how it used to be, where it can be on the bottom, it can be on the left, it can be on the top, it can be on the right. And I am a right guy. Shift right click for old context menu, by the way. Yeah, let me just have to hold shift every fucking time I right click in order to make it as functional as it used to be. I'm not mad at you, Vega. I'm just saying, yeah, I'm not going to hold shift every fucking time I want to right click. And so a nice solution without having to edit your registries is that the program that gives me a side taskbar also fixes the right click menu, which is really nice as well. There we go. Okay. Angry old man rant over. Let's get into the thing. I'm gonna re-roll the intro and then we're gonna go back into the task. How about that? Are you guys ready? Let's do it. Let's move on. Here we go. All right, we're back to the Final Fantasy VII 100% TAS by Lil Gecko, right? So Lil Gecko is the TASer. This is the 100% category, which means that the game must be finished with all items in our inventory, including all weapons, armor, accessories, every materia gained, every E-skill learned on all 4 E-skill materia, all bosses defeated, all limit breaks learned. This is the 100% category. However, it is the TAS. Oh, right. Remember this problem? That's right. I went back to normal because I was doing actual video editing work. So now we have to do this fix again. But anyway, let's get back to it today. This is part 2. So are TASs easier to moderate? Yeah, because there's not actually even a leaderboard for them. There's no leaderboard, so it's not like this isn't even a verification. This is just a commentary, you know? We as SRC moderators don't hold any authority or jurisdiction over TASs. It's kind of a totally different thing. But what's nice though is I don't know. Look, what I'm saying is we are commentating today. It's commentary time. This is part 2 of the commentary, which means I don't think at least that I'm going to be explaining step count or like world map manipulation, right? Stuff like that. I'll go over it very briefly, but if you want like the full explanation of every mechanic from the start, then go back to part 1. And here's part 2. Let's do it. Let's continue. Oh, and so you might want to know, how far into the run are we? We are 2 hours, 10 minutes into the run. Right? I think that's right. 2 hours, 10 minutes if we go back here. Yeah, because it starts with power on. Yeah, for some reason, DaVinci starts you on hour 1 instead of hour 0. There might actually be a way to fix that. Let me check. Project settings? I feel like it's in project settings. Probably something about the timeline. Use time code. I actually do want to find this though, because I want to change this. It actually drives me nuts that it does this, and so I would like to find where to fix it. Okay, so is it not in so timeline settings perhaps? Maybe timeline 1. We go in here. There's got to be a way to change the default though, right? Preferences, user, editing. Ah, start time code. There it is. Boom! I knew I had done it before. The thing is, I recently bought DaVinci Resolve Studio. Okay, maybe we need to restart now. I recently bought DaVinci Resolve Studio, and so all my settings, like I did a clean install of it, and so I lost that setting after I had already changed it. I don't think it's rebooting. There we go. And now the thing is though, I wonder if it's not actually gonna. Yeah, so it's not actually applying to this project. Probably because this project was already created. And so we probably actually still have to do. Well, here, what if we go create new timeline? Oh, there's the start time code right there. And then we say create. And then we take the TAS and we put it in. And now we remove timeline 1. We don't need that shit anymore. There we go. There we go. Now, fixed. All right, there it is. Okay, okay. So where are we starting? This is 2 hours, 8 minutes, 2 hours, 9 minutes into the run. There we go. Okay. Oh, and just to remind everybody also, this is run on the BizHawk emulator, because BizHawk emulator is what is going to, first of all, emulate PS1 load times, not PS2 fast disk speed load times, meaning that the TAS actually has a significant disadvantage versus real hardware runs, because real hardware runs we run on PS2 with fast disk speed for better load times. So yeah. Disadvantage in that case, because all the load times are going to be longer. However, it does mean, though, that the load times are going to be perfectly consistent, which is required for the TAS to stay synced. So anyway, there's an ether in this chest. This is an all materia, but the TAS isn't going to need either of those. You know, the ether would really just be to sell for money. The all materia, we already have one because Red 13 comes equipped with an all materia already. We do grab the all materia in RTA, though, because we want to master both of the all materia so that we can sell them for a bunch of money. Do I listen to foreign metal bands, the kind with no lyrics in English? I don't mind at all if their lyrics aren't in English. The only, let's see. I mean, I was listening to Dimmu Borgir today. Their first couple albums aren't in English, right? I don't know. I don't remember. Are their first couple albums not in English? But anyway, I don't care. Like, I am somebody who I love vocals. Love vocals. I do not care about lyrics. Unless the to me, lyrics, they can make the song a little bit better, but they can also make the lyrics, or they can also make the song worse. if they're like if there's something weird about them, you know. So again, I love vocals. Don't really care about lyrics though. Do I listen to black metal? Yeah. There is the. I mean, today I was listening to Dimmu Borgir, but I mean, some people, oh, that's symphonic black metal. It doesn't count. All right. Well, Magua is one of my favorite bands. And then Batushka, I love Batushka's first album. Pilorian is really good. There's a new band from Wisconsin called Nivius that is fucking excellent. Love Nivius. However, I need more black metal though. So do send me a recommendation for black metal if you've got it. But yeah. One band that I've been listening to a bunch, to give you just a second of it, right? They are called Nivius. And they're pretty. Oh, yeah. They're pretty classic black metal, you know? But I saw these guys live, and oh, man. Love that shit, dude. So yeah, anyway. Okay. Anyway. Back to the TAS. But yeah, I do have a metal channel in my Discord, and so if you have any recommendations for me, throw them in there. Yeah. Please do, Tony. All right. Anyway. Yo, Greg. Wait a second. Right, Cloud is in the middle. Cloud being in the middle saves a frame here. Because they don't have to go down. That's funny. That's right. Cloud is getting sandwiched between the ladies. All right. I'm very curious if there's going to be a Shinra beta steal here, but I feel like that's not. Yeah, there wouldn't be because you just get the Shinra beta drop from a required fight later. So yeah, it makes sense for there not to be. All right. We gotta slow this down and see what's going on here. So, Hard Edge changes to Force Stealer. That gives us more attack power. Bronze Bangle to Iron Bangle. I wonder what the reason for this is. It does give more defense, and it gives more magic defense. Oh, and it gives a materia slot. It's probably for the materia slot. And then Power Wrist, of course, to give more strength. So now, what do we got going on here? So Poison is changing to enemy skill. Chocomog goes on Eris. That makes sense for later. And then the other E skill goes on Cloud's other slot. So what is Cloud's other thing here? Steel. Cloud's got double E skill, steel, and what's the independent materia he has on right now? I'm trying to think of what independent we have access to right now. Cause it's not cover. It's not long range because he never went into... He never went... Did he get a HP? Oh, Choco Lure! Nah, Rick, you got it. Yeah, Choco Lure. That's what it is. Oh, and actually, Choco Lure has a great benefit. Choco Lure grants 1 luck. And that 1 luck is actually gonna make critical hits easier. Yeah. That's totally what it is. And then, so this extra movement here is assuredly to get a preemptive step ID for the Genova Birth boss fight. All right. Do I consider TAS cheating? No, it's like its own thing, right? It's just a different category of speedrunning, you know? Like it's just a different world, right? Now, if you were to submit a TAS to a regular board, that would be cheating. But as far as the creation of a TAS and all of that, no, I think they're super cool. Case in point of how cool they are. Let's see this assuredly crit braver here. Oh! So critical braver. Why is Cloud in the middle? You know what, Deadlift? I'm not positive, except for I mean, I'm sure it's just to manipulate RNG at certain points. For example, I'm guessing that there was a part earlier where, like, Cloud got put in the middle way back in Train Graveyard. And I'm wondering if there was a point where the frame that would give the RNG for the middle character to have the best ATB was earlier than the next frame available for the top character to have the best ATB, right? And since you wanted to do a steal with Cloud, that meant that putting Cloud in the middle on the previous menu would make it so that an earlier frame would be possible to get an earlier steal from Cloud. You know what I mean? I'm sure it was something like that, but I'm not sure. I'm not positive. And then we did just mention, though, that on the party selection screen, it actually saves a frame on the party selection screen, not having to scroll down to the middle spot. So that was kind of cool. And all right. Is there not certain AI attacks dependent on character battle position? There are certain AI patterns, yes, that depend on that, or that depend on character positions, yes. I haven't seen any yet that super matter. However, actually, this might be a good example. So she started out with, by the way, she started out with stop and it missed, right? Yeah, so she started with stop and it missed. And now here's the thing, she actually skips her next turn. When she does stop, she skips her following turn. Maybe even her following 2 turns, but I'm not sure. I think it might just be 1. I think it's 2, though. It would make sense for it to be 2. Okay. Ooh, nice crit attack from Cloud. Doing more damage than a grenade with a faster animation. Okay, she's about to do laser. I guarantee you that the RNG that the task goes for right now is for her to single laser Cloud and then be done with her turn. Now, yeah, crits are absolutely manipulated. So let's talk about battle RNG very briefly. Battle RNG advances every single frame at 15 frames per second in a battle, right? When a turn begins, everything about that turn is calculated on the starting frame. So if you queue up an attack on the immediately when that character's turn begins is when the game determines, did it miss or did it hit? If it hit, is it a critical hit? How much damage did it do? How much random variance is there? Is the enemy weak to the element on it, right? Is the character minied and so it should only do 1, right? All of that shit is all calculated on the very first frame of the turn. And so that means that the RNG position on the frame of the turn start is what determines whether or not the hit is critical. So that's why on like Cloud's attack here, for example, you'll notice, so So boom, selected Cloud's attack. However, look at all this time. Well, so there's... All right. There was a laser in here, so it's a little bit difficult to tell how long is being waited, but the reason for waiting right there is to wait for a critical hit to happen, of course. Now, I also want to talk about Genova Life's, or Genova Birth's AI script. So, she, first of all, her turn order is something like this. First, she does stop. Then she does lasers. Then she does tail laser. Then she does W laser. Then she does gas. Then she repeats. However, the starting position of the fight may or may not be here. Sometimes she starts on stop. Sometimes she starts on lasers. It is random. It's random whether she started on stop or on lasers. And so as we saw on this fight, she started on stop. Also, she has a random chance to skip gas. Sometimes after W laser, she skips a turn instead of doing gas. And then in that case, she'll skip straight to stop if she does. So this is gas or skip. Which is different from skipping stop. When I say that sometimes she does stop, sometimes she does lasers, that doesn't mean that she skipped stop. That means that she just did laser on her first turn. Oh, and by the way, this turn is always a skip. So again, and I think it's 2 skips. I think it is 2 skips. So once again, sometimes she starts here. Sometimes she starts here, and that is determined randomly. So on this fight, naturally, what we saw is she started with stop. Then we get to throw a bunch of grenades while she skips a couple turns. Now it's time for lasers. Okay, let's break up what lasers is. What is the lasers process? First, she has a 1/3 chance to laser everyone once. And this is always in the order of 2, 1, 3. That means she will always, in this case, laser Cloud, then Tifa, then Aerith. If she decides she has a 1/3 chance to decide to do this, where her turn is going to be laser everyone once, and that's always going to be the order. Okay. If she does not laser everyone, then we begin a sequence where she has a 1/3 chance to laser a random target. Then she has another 1/3 chance to laser a random target. And then she lasers a random target. This is the laser's turn. This is what lasers is. So what that means is you might see her just laser everybody once and then be done. Or if if this chance misses, but then both of these chances hit, then you're still going to see 3 lasers. It's just that all 3 of them are random targets instead of it distributing 1 to each. Or if one of these 1/3 chances misses, then she'll only do 2 lasers, and they're both on random targets. If both of these 1/3 chances miss, then she will always laser just that one target. And once again, random. So I guarantee you that the RNG that this TAS is manipulating for is going to be to miss this 1/3 chance, miss this one, and then choose Cloud with this one. So we're gonna see a single laser on Cloud. Very interesting Hang on, now we gotta see... Oh, we already saw it. I didn't realize that it already happened. So there's the crit. And now here's her laser turn. Oh, after weight tricking? Okay. Single laser on Cloud, just like I said. And then also, single laser on Cloud. Cloud is Furied, and so that gave him a full limit bar in a single shot. The Eris attack must have just been for weight tricking. Oh, yeah, dude. That is insane. Because now... Oh, my God. So that's another crit Braver, right? Another crit Braver. Here's the deal, though. So, oh, by the way, Bitcore's PS2. The PS2 is fine. I think it overheated, and so I'm going to clean out the fan. I'm going to blow out the fan with some compressed air in order to clean it out. So hopefully it cools better in the future. However, I'm also considering switching to speedrunning on a 77K instead because the cooling is better. Anyway, so we got a critical. Oh, I wanted to show the start. Notice this Braver hits for quad digits damage. So the reason that this one is hitting so hard is because of the preemptive. So the step route manipulated a preemptive encounter against Genova. And so this grenade visually turned the boss around. This is something that's very important to note, is that when you... I need some water. When you preempt an enemy, your first physical attack on the enemy does double damage. However, this grenade visually turns the boss around, but this is only a product of the game playing the flinch animation. When the grenade hits the boss does the flinch animation. And then when the game is done with the flinch animation, it goes, okay, let's go back to the regular idle position. And when the game runs that like animation to say go back to idle, it doesn't check whether it's still preempted. So it just puts the boss facing the party, even though the boss is still preempted right now, because the grenade did not benefit from the preemptive. Grenades do the same amount of damage whether it's preempted or not. They do not benefit from the preempt, and they do not take away the preemptive status. And so this Braver still is able to get its double damage. So double damage from preempt and double damage from critical. So you get quad damage, 4-digit damage, which is super sick. Now the boss is not preempted anymore because we've actually, hit it with something for the preemptive bonus. And now, by the way, that's why this Braver... So this Braver was also a crit, but this Braver is doing half the damage as the first one, because this one's not against a preempt. So there you go. That's the reason for that. Is the same thing occurring when you're attacked from behind and tap the run button to turn around? Yes, it's the same exact thing. When you get a back attack from the enemy and you tap R1 L1 and then release it, your characters visually turn around because again, the game turns off the running animation, and so it just puts the party back into default, which doesn't check for whether you're back attacked. So it just sets everybody facing forward, but you are still under back attack status. If it's a double that's then doubled, or does it turn into a 4x? That I'm not sure about. And I'm not sure if there's a difference. Because the difference would be, you might think that the difference would be that if there's a decimal point, it then, whether it's a ×2 or a ×4, changes the rounding. However, the decimal point would have already been truncated off in the first place. So I don't think it makes a difference. And it is quad on apps, yes. So you do 8 times damage to apps if you get a crit preempt on him. And it's 4x on apps even if you visually turn him around with magic. With an item, yes. I'm not positive about magic, but I think that is the case. And then, is there a reason Cloud was in the middle? We kind of talked about it already. I'm guessing the reason for Cloud to be in the middle is A, for better ATB earlier in the run. B, I'm guessing the... Here we go. If we go right here. Right here. It may have also been optimal for this RNG. Like, the RNG for a single laser was for the character in the middle. So putting Cloud in the middle puts him into the position to get shot with this single laser, I'm guessing. Is there a way to disable the back attack? I think if your characters get their turn before they get attacked, I think that takes away the back attack, but I'm not positive. Did I fix the PS2? I think so. I mean, I just need to clean it, I think. And so I didn't want to bother doing that on stream because it requires me to get my air compressor out. What's the grenade damage values based off of? Grenades just have a basic damage value. Let's find it here. FF7 grenade. So the grenade in FF7 has a attack power of 160. So there you go. This is the value. And so that means then that this is the calculation as far as how much damage the grenade is going to do, versus like taking into account the target's defense. But then also there is the matter of let me think about this for a second. The random roll. So is it 4095? So all right. Yeah, let's talk about it. So first, the game does exactly what we see here. The attack power of the grenade is 160. Then we multiply that by 512 minus enemy defense, right? Over 512. However, then the final damage gets a random roll. It is okay, so it's over 4096. Yeah, that makes sense. So the final damage then it gets it is the damage. Let me think about this. Times 3841 plus a random number from 0 to 255. I don't know if that's the right notation to say that. Over here, we don't need that set of parentheses. 4096. We need this set of parentheses. No. We need this set of parentheses. Yeah, there we go. So so what this means, right? What this means is that I will demystify the 3841 for you real quick. The reason for 3841 is because 3841 plus 255 is 4096. So what that means is that if this random number was to roll 255, then this number would be oh, actually you're right. We need parentheses like this. If this random number rolls 255, then we're multiplying damage by 1. Because 4096 over 4096 is 1, and so there's no change to the damage. But if the random number rolls 0, then we're multiplying it by 3841 over 4096, which means that we are multiplying it by... Oh, we're in programmer mode. We are multiplying it by this much. Which means that this is the lowest amount that you can do, which is that 15 16? Yeah. It's about 15 16ths, right? So that is the random variance. Sorry to 6-7 you, but that is the random variance about of the amount of damage that you can do in the game. And so is that the game first, it calculates how much damage something should do, and then it reduces that amount of damage that it does by up to a 16th with a granularity of 256 possible values. Does that make sense? Now the quirk of this though is that to take like an extreme example, let's say you're going to do 100 damage, right? Or let's say that the amount of damage that you're going to do is 1,000. But then a 254 roll, if the random number does 254, that would mean that you're going to do 999.9. This math isn't exactly correct, but here's my point. Is that this decimal gets deleted. Everything always rounds down in the game, which means even if you roll 254, you are going to see a decrement of the amount of damage that you actually do. The only way to get the full damage is to roll a perfect 255, because otherwise it's going to round down. Yeah? Yeah. That's why the 98 damage roll when you bolt Guard Scorpion is so rare, right? Like I had that short the other day about the 98 damage roll and the fact that first of all, it's a 12.5% chance for Cloud to get a maximum magic roll on his first level up. And then each bolt has a 1 in 256 chance in order to maintain the 98 damage that is calculated that it should do. And that's because of this right here. There you go. So that's random damage variance. Thickas, I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate it. All right. How did we get on this topic? That's how a grenade damage is calculated. It's 160, and then the enemies their defense is calculated into it in that way, and then there's a random variance that can only lower the amount of damage that it does. I don't think that it would affect, that the character positioning would affect cover at all. Unless we're just talking about, I mean, there's all kinds of times where the enemies choose to attack a numbered character, right? 1, 2, or 3. they don't choose to attack Cloud or Tifa. They choose to attack player 1, player 2, or player 3. Generally, as far as their selections go. Sometimes enemies make a selection like character with the lowest HP or character that has darkness status, right? Sometimes they do that kind of thing, but whenever they are referring to like whenever they're referring to the characters though, they sort of refer to them as just slots. And so yeah, Cloud being in the middle, I'm sure it's because there were several times in which character position 2 was the target or not the target of something that we wanted it to be. Hafisi, great question about Rude, though. Rude is a target who will look at a character. In fact, let's go ahead and FF7 Rude boss. Let's find... we got a gameplay. Final Fantasy VII. I want to find him. Main article Rude. Okay, but where is the page that refers to him as the enemy? We got to look at his AI script, bro. FF7 Rude enemy. Related pages, enemy appearances? What? Oh, enemy appearances 7, right here. Turks Rude. All right, there we go. Okay. AI script. Boom. Oh, you know what? I bet it okay, yeah. So here we go. So here is a time where the enemy actually does care about the character themselves. Is that, yeah, Rude specifically calls out, choose random opponent who isn't Tifa, Oh, and look at this. So if target exists, shoulder attack them. If there is no target that's not Tifa, then he has a 1/3 chance to stall, but a 2/3 chance to actually hit her. So there you go. Isn't that interesting? If Tifa is the only character left, he's got a 2/3 chance to give her a shoulder tackle. Otherwise, he'll say an ellipsis on screen. But yeah, anyway. Does that mean it'd be faster to not have Tifa in the fight? I mean, I don't think that particular script... I have a feeling it's not going to matter in the TAS. But also, it would be fast to have Rude skip his turn and just do the ... dots instead. Because surely him just doing the ... dots is faster than him shoulder tackling. Unless there's an animation with it. But if there was an animation, I think it would have said to use the move. Anyway. Alright. Here we go. The TAS does not need to... It looks like they're not grabbing the chests for the motor drive, fire ring, and power source. And then here we go. What do we got going on here? So sell. I love this strat, by the way. Look at the way that the cursor goes down, right, down, right, down. Because here's the thing. Check this out. You can only go down every other frame because you can press down, but then in order for the game to accept another down input, it needs to see you not pressing down for a frame, right? So at 60 FPS in a menu, you can only press down 30 times per second, right? Because it needs to be a frame of down, a frame of up, a frame of down, a frame of up, right? So look at this though. The task goes down, and then on the frame of down being up, it goes right, and then it goes down on the next frame, and then now when it goes right, guess what? 2 right inputs puts it down an extra frame, and then it can go down again. But so there's the frame going to Trank. It needs to go to Talisman. So here we'll see on the next frame, it does not go down because it has to be releasing up or down, I mean, and then it can go down on the next frame to get to Talisman. So yeah. Cuz normally in order to get to Talisman, it would take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 frames. It would take 9 frames to get down there if you only pressed down. But this takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frames. That's awesome. 2 frames saved. Oh, I want to look at the rest of this. Down to Star Pendant. Okay, so we sold Talisman and Star Pendant. Purchased 4 slots. And 2 Molotovs. Man, those PS1 load times. And now, as usual, world map RNG is influenced by your inputs. And so we'll see little micro adjustments that are very hard to see unless you're really looking close, but just little micro adjustments that are avoiding battles. So naturally, a 0 encounter world map traversal there. Did my run get verified yet? No. So the PC hundo has not been verified yet. The PlayStation hundo, I only submitted today. I just got it submitted today. All right. And here we see no longer stutter stepping because we are past the point of walking, doing anything. Sounds good, Ace. Do I plan on going for any other records? I would like to go for no slots, but no slots is going to be very hard to get, and I only really have until April, because in April I'm having a kid, and I'm not going to be able to speedrun anymore. So we'll see. You know, it's possible. It's possible that PlayStation hundo is my final record, you know. But I mean, I'll go for no slots, and who knows, I might even try to beat this PlayStation hundo, you know, on a properly working system. It's gonna be very hard though, because that run had insanely good RNG. Yes, creators. We're due in April. Having a daughter due in April. These menus are battle skips. What speedrun would I use against other... manipulating fast chocobo? Check this out. So here we're taking a fight and manipulating RNG to get fat chocobo because the animation is faster. There's a 1/16th chance for Chocomog to be fat chocobo, which is a faster animation. And then this is most likely going to drop a bolt plume because that way we don't have to get a bolt plume later. But, it actually didn't. Never mind. A bolt plume is probably going to be acquired from Chocobo Racing then. Most likely Chocobo Racing is my guess for bolt plume. Here's what I'll say though is I did get a retro station set up upstairs. I have a retro gaming setup with a CRT in my family room now. There was a pause at the end of battle, very likely to manipulate a level up. And then here we have another Fat Chocobo. Does Fat Chocobo do stop? That's a good question. I feel like it doesn't. However, we can see if any of these 5 guys got stopped. Their animation, all 5, it looks like this one might be stopped. This one right here may very well be stopped. Because he's not moving. Or is he? I can't tell if the 5 is changing this pixel. No, he's moving. This one's moving still. Because this also goes up. I feel like Fat Chocobo does not do stop. But I'm not positive. So yeah, that little pause at the end there also. So the reason for the little pause, I'm sure, is because Cloud is leveling up on this battle. And so if you pause the battle and unpause it, that affects the ending RNG. And the RNG at the end of a battle is what affects the stat ups when a character levels up. So the fact that Cloud is leveling up here tells me that pause was to manipulate his stat ups. It's Fat Chocobo is 25% stronger, but doesn't do stop. Gotcha. Here we've got a preemptive bomb encounter, which will surely steal the right arm. The right arm will greatly speed up the Dine fight. Right arm is able to one-shot Dine. Ooh, and we're even fighting another bomb here. Maybe getting another right arm. Another preemptive. Another right arm. That's awesome. Yeah, right arm kills Dine in one shot. Preemptive does not grant it. Preemptive just means that we get to go right away. We don't have to wait any frames for anybody's ATB. But it does not actually affect the steal attempt whatsoever. But yeah, right arm is really good for casual runs too. Make sure when you play the game casually, make sure to steal a right arm from a bomb, and then you can one-shot Dine with it. The TAS can very well fail a steal attempt? No, because the nature of a TAS is that every input is fired on the exact same frame every time, right? Like, for example, let's just say that this frame right here is important for some reason. Well, this is frame 518,620. And this is going to be frame 518,620 every single time. Because when you fire up the system and you put in all of your inputs on the same frame every time, then all of the RNG is going to resolve in the same way every single time. Because old video game systems don't use anything like the system clock or the internet or anything like that in order to get any source for their RNG. Old video game systems, like, this is actually a huge topic that I did not discuss in part 1. And so let's very briefly talk about it. How does an old video game console determine a random number, right? How does an old system get a random number? The answer is it can't. There is no way. A computer is incapable of choosing a random number. They have to produce a number by some kind of function, right? And so the way that like a PlayStation is doing its RNG is that, at least for battles, the way that a PlayStation does its RNG for battles is that, first of all, the RNG table is hard-coded into the game. There is just a list of every number from 0 to 255 scrambled up and hard-coded into that scrambled up order, and that is the random RNG table. Then, in order to further randomize it, what happens is when you turn on the PlayStation, it starts counting up from the number 0. Just from 0, from the number 0, it just begins counting one at a time, sequentially, up from 0, once every 60 FPS frame. So 60 times a second, it just counts up by 1. Then, SCM is only a PC thing, so that doesn't have to do with the PlayStation version. Then, when a battle begins, every time a battle begins, the game uses that global frame counter in order to seed a smattering of 8 different bookmarks or pointers on that random RNG table. And then it goes through the different pointers that it chose and moves the pointers each time it uses one on the table. And yeah, that's about that. That's how that works. So yeah. So what that means is that, once again, because powering on the PlayStation always begins us from state 0, that means that if you turn on your system and then all of your inputs happen on the same frames, everything will resolve the exact same way. Is that how we know what enemies are going to show up sometimes? Yes and no. The yes is that it's because everything starts from 0, like I'm saying. The no is because it's just a different RNG system that produces battles. But it is predictable in the same way. It just works a little bit differently than the way that I just explained. For example, when we get into battles and what the enemies in the battles are doesn't have anything to do with the global frame counter. That's a different RNG system that doesn't care about the global frame count. Yeah. Thought it was a system clock function. That's the thing, is that the PlayStation 1 does not have a system clock. And so it can't use that feature. And so some people ask, well, what about PS2? Well, the PS2 didn't exist when Final Fantasy VII came out. So they couldn't have made FF7 to work with the PS2 feature. You know what I mean? This is being run on an emulator, yes. But I mean, an emulator is you know, it's recreating the environment of a PS1. But all right. This part's going to be really cool, by the way. Going into Gold Saucer. How does fixing mistakes in the script work? I mean, I think you just go back, right? People call it, there's a name people have for it, a rewrite or something like that. You know, yeah, when you just have to go back and redo everything from a certain point back. All right. So here, we need 10 GP to do speed square so that we can get the umbrella. So how are we going to get 10 GP? Let's go. Which speedrun I'd race as my last hurrah? I mean, if I was to do a race, I really just like any % no slots, you know? It's my favorite category. Re-record, there we go. That's what people call it. All right. So here we go. First of all, he just leaves the ladies behind, which causes Eris to come up and run up to him. Oh yeah, I would love to race Caleb. So here's what's funny about this is that it is faster to run to Tifa and get her in your party and then go to Wonder Square than it is to have Eris run over to you here. However, there's a very specific reason that we're doing it this way. This is paying it forward. All right. I mean, here's the thing: is I'll race anybody. As far as FF7 any % no slots goes, there is no person that I would not race. Now, are there people who would almost definitely beat me almost every time? Yes, those people are Luzbel, Zeal, and Morningcraft. Those three would probably beat me most of the time. However, I would still love to race them because I think racing is really fun. And so yeah, I mean, you know, if someone is putting together any big FF7 race, you know, Luzbel, Zeal, Morningcraft, Dash, fucking Caleb, and anybody else that's like currently active running, which would be like Slime, right? Katumbas, you know. I saw Dummy Bear doing a run the other day. Hey, anybody who wants to join, let's do it. Let's do a big race. Anyway. This is the Wonder Catcher. Oh yeah, Neon, of course, yeah. This is the Wonder Catcher. The Wonder Catcher has a 1 in 256 chance to win. For 100 GP. 100 GP. 1 in 256 chance for 100 GP. So all of the this is yet another thing that that field RNG manipulation up to this point allowed for. Is to get this 100 GP. I'm gonna leave this right here and run to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. But that's pretty sick, eh? Oh, whew, all right, all right. Oh, oh. Okay. Is this also based on the global frame counter? No. The way that field RNG works is it is another table of every number from 0 to 255 arranged into a pseudo random order that's hard coded. But your position on that table only moves anytime that a field script asks for a random number, which is just dependent on the scripts that are present on the field that you're in. Some fields, that's every frame. Some fields, it's not. Some fields don't have any RNG movement. And then also, the amount that your... the amount of positions that the bookmark moves on the RNG table per RNG call is dependent on another number that changes every time you press the elevator button. So, the final press of the elevator button also determined essentially the order of the RNG table. All right. Is it worth going for in a run? No, because it costs money, and our money route is very tight, very specific, and it's only a 1 in 256 chance to work. I mean, if you're running the game, would you want to go for something that 255 times out of 256, it's just a waste of time? I mean, the answer would be yes if it saved an hour. But not if it only saves, like, less than a minute. And yo, Canaris, so right now we're 2.5 hours into the TAS. In an actual run, I'm not sure how far this is. 3.5 hours? Oh, dude, TAS, I only just realized TAS Speed Square is gonna be sick. Da-da-da-da-dum. And now surely they'll also go for the okay. So this is really interesting. If you shoot this propeller on the last frame that it's visible, it has like a 50-50 chance to give you a bunch of points. And I'm sure that's what he's gonna do. Oh no, he didn't go for it. Okay, okay. I was expecting a little bit of swag there. Right, exactly, Canaris. It would screw up your money route, or you would have to account for it in your money route somewhere if you wanted to go for it. And yeah, almost every. Oh, okay. Wait a second. I just realized. Are we getting Masamune Blade and Super Sweeper right now? I don't know if that's even possible. I don't know what the prizes are at this point in time. I know that you get Umbrella for 5,000 and right now, and you get Flare for 5,000 later. But the 3,000 prizes, I'm not sure if they change. I guess, but I mean, we're about to find out. Well, okay, it looks like we can fast forward through the rest of this, because it looks like we're just getting 3,000 points. It is very swag to get exactly 3,000 points, by the way. Alright, so what's the prize? Masamune Blade. Okay, okay. So we don't have to come back for that later because we're just getting it right now. That's awesome. All right, and then this time it looks like we are going for the 5,000. Or, oh no, never mind. The debate, dude, swagging out with 4,999. So the first time, 3,000 points. Get the minimum points to get the 3,000 prize. This time, swag out with 4,999, the maximum number of points to get the 3,000 prize. The awards are based on field RNG if you get the 3,000 prize. The 3,000 to 4,999 window is RNG, which prize you get. So this is probably going to be the Super Sweeper then. Yeah. Super Sweeper. Awesome. So we don't have to come back for those. What this tells me is there must be a way to get the Flare that's not Speed Square then. Because why? I imagine the point of doing everything right now is partially. I mean, maybe they're gonna come back for the Flare later. But I could also see it that the Flare can be acquired some other way. That's difficult, but faster, and then they don't have to return to. And then they don't have to return to Speed Square at all. Okay, and this time we're just getting actual max score. 81-85. Now that's a crazy score. Alright, so this one's not RNG. This will be the Umbrella. You just always get the Umbrella for 5,000 or more. There it is. All right, that's very cool. Okay, let's speed up a little bit here and get a little bit further into this run, yeah? These are the parts where we get to make a lot of progress. Because the run is only 12 hours. So, you know, the more time that we can fast forward through a cutscene, the more time we're, like, actually getting, You know what I'm gonna do, by the way? I want a timer. So we're at 2:45:25 right now. You guys want a timer, don't you? I do. I only just realized that I can make one. Text plus... And then, what do you do? I think it's like text timer. And then we have text timer settings. I can't remember how to do this exactly. Oh, settings right here. No, that's not what it is. I don't think it's any of these. Yeah. So it's... Maybe it's not timer. Time code. Do I have to be in there? Okay, hang on. Get rid of this. Text plus. Time code. Okay, there's time code. Now, there's got to be a way to make the starting time code be 0. and not... Okay, time code 1 is the name of it. Is it this? Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, it's in here, I think. Okay, okay. Have a good night, Alundra. Advanced controls? I do like force monospace. Except we'll see what it looks like before changing anything like that. Yeah. I'm putting a timer on the screen. That's what I'm going for. 1 point is I'm trying to find. I know for a fact that you can make it not start at 1. Oh no, Ace is totally right. Yeah. Okay. So all right, there we go. No, that's it. Now is there a way though, real quick? I do want to change the styling just a little bit, if possible. Layout? I'm not really I'm not really seeing that though. Oh, here we go. Modifiers. All right. Oh, and then here's the start offset. This is what I was looking for right here. Start offset. Under modifiers up here. Okay. We got there. All right, great. We have a timer now. So now we just zoom all the way out. Here, we gotta go like this, and then zoom out a bunch and go like this. Zoom out a bunch. Okay, now we're all the way zoomed out. Yeah. Okay, and then we were what, like 245 in? We were here. And now we'll go bring it over here. Bring it up here. Okay. Or do we want it let's see. Nah, this is good. This is good. Okay. We did get a little spoiled there, you're right. There, this feels way better now. Man, why didn't I do that right away? Okay, so here we're just keeping Ayers Barrett. And yo, four-wheel drive Jeeper. What's up is we are commentating the 100% TAS. Overall feeling on TAS being a teacher for human runs? I mean, I wouldn't go into a TAS with the expectation that it's going to teach you human strats, because the best TAS stuff is not doable by humans, you know? But sometimes you do learn something, though, you know? Okay, so in a normal, in an RTA run, we would be learning Matromagic and Laser at this point. However, TAS is running right past that. And there's that right arm. Now, Dine has a 50-50 chance to counterattack when he dies. So naturally, we're going to see the RNG is going to have been manipulated for him not to do that. And there we go. But yeah, we do learn some stuff from TAS that ends up getting used in actual runs. But and I think that that's really cool. But yeah, not really the expectation. Hang on, did I just... Whoa! Hang on, look at this swag. So, talks to this guy. I've never seen this. And then he gets stuck right here? That is funny, dude. Been playing this since it came out in 97. It's like your favorite game. Awesome to hear. Yeah. Glad to have you here. Is it harder to repair a PS2 than a PS1? I would say almost certainly, probably yes. Just because the components are smaller, you know? Earlier, I wasn't modding anything. I was investigating what went wrong with my PS2 during the Hundo run, and I think it overheated. Oh, by the way, what he's doing right here is pushing this Chocobo along. You can't exit the Chocobo race until the second Chocobo has finished. So he's pushing this one along to get it to finish as quickly as possible. Behind him, of course, because you have to win. That's awesome. And now, I don't know if this means that he's getting pushed. But that's pretty great. Yeah. Dragon second along with him. But yeah, I think that I think that my PS2 overheated during the run, and that's why it was having trouble loading disc 3. Because today I put several discs in it and it had no problem booting each one of them up. So I'm gonna clean it in order to help it stay cool in the future. But I also might start running on a 77K instead, because 77Ks have better cooling. At least I assume they do, just from looking at the inside of both of them. Alright, so here we've got a menu. So we're tranking everybody. The thing about sadness, if we haven't talked about it yet, sadness makes characters take 30% less damage. 30% less damage if you're under sadness. The stall there before getting into the fight was to manipulate battle RNG. The movement was to manipulate RNG itself to determine that we're going to get into a battle here and that the battle is going to... So this is actually a really important distinction. There's two different RNG manipulations happening at once here. Firstly, the timing of loading the world map combined with this specific movement is what is determining when we get into a battle and what the enemy in the battle is. But waiting for a certain frame, getting the battle on a specific frame... Okay, sorry. When I said that the movement determines when we get into a fight, I mean it determines how many frames of movement it's going to take for us to get into a fight. Yeah? So the movement is deciding how many frames of movement it takes to get into a fight, which also determines what the enemy is in the fight that we fight against. And then the stall before starting the fight is to manipulate battle RNG. Sorry, I had a mustache hair in my mouth. And that battle RNG is assuredly to get Cloud, this top RNG right here, maybe. Or maybe it was to skip the poison, it was to get him to do the double strike or whatever. Oh, real quick, there was a question, though. Is any enemy affected by Fury or Sadness? Yes. If you manage to use a Hyper or a Trank, I don't know if Hypers or Tranks even work. I think they might, but like Loco Weed gives Hyper, right? If you are able to make an enemy Furied, then they will... Oh, by the way, so Sadness, yes. The enemy can have Sadness, and they will start taking 30% less damage. What Fury does is it makes your character 30% less accurate. Your attacks, including magic, but not summons, have a 30% chance to miss. Or 30% more chance to miss. And that does apply to enemies also. Is a PS1 with an ODE legal? Not yet. We haven't discussed that. I would think it would have to be on its own leaderboard if it was. But anyway, stole striking staff. Pretty great. I actually didn't know this guy had a striking staff. Then we learn Aqua Lung. Aqua Lung him back for the quick kill. And then the beat rush. The thing is, we need to use 9 beat rushes and 9 big shots at some point in the run. So using them earlier than we need to, they're just free, you know? Like, if he didn't use big beat rush right there, all that would have meant is that later in the run, he would have had to use it. He would have had to farm another one. So it's actually a time save to use it right there instead of later. And that's going to apply to all of the level 1s. I think Bravers are already done, but that applies to Big Shot, Boost Jump, Greased Lightning, Sled Fang, Healing Wind, right? Any uses that we can get of those right now are a time save later. All right, we're about 25% into the run. All right, just taxiing out. Ah, we're at 55 battles already. So I guess the Harpy was battle number 55. Oh, and we... Am I nuts? I don't think we got Big Shot. I don't think we got Big Guard yet either. Okay, so yeah, this trip all the way back to the guy was just for the Mithril. Also, did not stop to get the Vagrisk Claw yet. That's also something that's very notable. So in RTA, what we do when we go back right there, we get the Vagrisk Claw. We get the, sorry, not encounter 55. Right, that was encounter 33. That makes more sense. So yeah, normally we go back to get the Vagrisk Claw from Fort Condor, to get the Mithril after 55 encounters, and to get to grind Eris's limit breaks. And then on the way we get both Aqualung and Big Guard. Yes, 1 point, exactly. So what the TAS did there, learned Aqualung but not Big Guard, and then got the Mithril and nothing else. So alright. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it pays out for him. Yo, Kiara. Nice diagonal perfect lines here. Ooh, stopping by Gongaga. We gotta look at this. All right. What is this menu? So Eris in the party. She gets Striking Staff, Silver Armlet, Chocomog. Okay. Shiva is equipped on Eris. E-skill taken off of Cloud and put on Eris. Other E-skill put on Eris. Then she gets Ice, Ifrit, Lightning, Fire. So we're just boosting her magic stat right now, is what is my understanding of what's happening here. Both E-skills are on her, and she's got very high magic now. And then what else happened on Cloud? Cloud got the All Materia put on the Force Stealer. And he still has Steel on Force Stealer as well, which is important because Force Stealer has double AP growth. All right, gotta fight the Turks as a hundo requirement. That's what the second right arm is for, dude! Second right arm is for this Turks fight. That's awesome. There's one of our braver uses. After Eris gets her limit bar filled, which is gonna be for, you know, some healing wind uses later. And then an Aqualung to finish him off. An Aqualung with Eris, mind you. So Eris got both of those kills. Because remember, we need Eris to get kills to unlock her later limit breaks. Grabbing Deathblow Materia. Oh, and by the way, Ace, if you're still listening, so I've got 2 hundos in the hopper right now. Don't worry about Slime's hundo. I've got that one covered. Unless you got time for it, of course. All right, here, grabbing the Turtles poster. There's an elixir in that room that we grab RTA, but as you can expect, TAS isn't going to need such frivolous things as elixirs, as extra elixirs. There's the second Turtles poster. Here, just need to select our party. The fastest 2 characters to grab are Barrett and Kate. I would say for my verification, I likely wouldn't have time until, like, at least Monday. So yeah, I mean, go nuts if you want to. But if you only have time to verify 2, which is already a very tall ask, then I think you should do mine, because I will have time for the 3rd pretty soon, right? And I can only do slimes and not my own, right? That's all I mean. Is this a verification check? Nah, this is a commentary in order to, first of all, personally appreciate the TAS, but also try to help everybody else appreciate the TAS as well. Enlighten you guys on the strategies that are being used and whatnot for fun. My favorite choices for this part, I always take Tifa and Barrett because I just feel like, you know, they're the Avalanche members. I feel like the Avalanche members, I feel like the Avalanche members are the ones that are gonna appreciate the lesson about the world energy the most, you know? But I guess Eris being an ancient, you know, I guess she'd probably appreciate it pretty hard as well. Oh. Then again, the influence on Reeve that that having Kate Sith in there with, though, I mean, that might be important to part of his character arc. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Bum-bum-ba-da-ba-da-bum. So yeah, just a reminder, the TAS has not yet done the Eris kill grind, which we normally have already done. And, I mean, I'm not going to spoil it if you don't already know about it, but the way that the TAS does the Eris kill grind is really cool. I've not played Etrian Odyssey Canaris, but I have played Persona Q. Alright, so here, what do we got? We've got 2 potions on Cloud. He needs a little bit of health. We've got an Ether on Eris. Alright, okay. Yo, Grim Geek, inspired you to start running this game? That is, people saying that I've inspired them just to play the game in general is my favorite thing to hear. Or just play retro games in general is my favorite thing to hear. So this is a nice kill for Eris. 5 enemies in one fight is really good. But this is also going to get us some experience, some AP. And then we've got a level up here. Oh, all 3 characters level up from this. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Oh! I've never thought about this before. Wait, also... Is there a certain... Okay, I'm curious about this. Is this like a precise movement thing? Or does the slip and slide not work at a certain number of frames after a battle? This is interesting. Stat ups on level up are random? Yes. They are based on battle RNG. Battle RNG advances every frame during a battle. So that's a very important thing that the TAS does, is it finishes fights on specific frames in which characters level up. But yeah, I wonder what the mechanic is here. If it's precise movement that keeps him from slipping, like across the bottom, or if it's like maybe after you come out of a fight, there's a certain leeway of frames where it doesn't work. But then right here, this is also interesting. The fact that you can slip from here going down left and you won't hit the spikes. That's cool. Because slipping doesn't cost steps, by the way. Any movement that you do slipping does not count towards steps. And me too, Trevoke. If I ever programmed my own game, I would absolutely program in my own RNG system that would be this type of deterministic, you know? Yeah, you can do the diagonal slip manually. My question was how to get him to be able to run on the oil for a few frames at the start, though. And then, yeah, the diagonal, I'm just saying, is cool. I've never thought about it before. All right, so here we're going to see Stinger Skip. So Stinger Skip is very interesting. First of all, at some point, the menu is going to be opened. Here it is. For some reason, you need to open the menu for this trick to work. And then the menus, I'm sure, are also battle skips happening. Then, wow, a lot of battle skips happening. And then, the spider web produces the spider encounter, right? However, if you, after having opened the menu, if you trigger a random encounter on the exact same frame that you hit the spider web, oh, there it is, there it is. Okay, he had to sit there and farm out an encounter. So this is farming an encounter, and then on the frame that the encounter would have been produced, hits the spider web, and for some reason they cancel each other out. There's farming another encounter until, boom, he can use it to cancel out. That's awesome. Now, here's the thing, though. Now we have a glitch activated. The double boss glitch is now activated because anytime that you skip a random encounter, either by opening a menu or through Stinger Skip, it makes it so that if the next encounter that you get into is a scripted encounter, such as a boss fight, it will trigger twice. But you can clear the glitch by triggering a random encounter normally. So here we expect to see an encounter. They're farming it right now. There it is. So by triggering and taking this random encounter, we're clearing the double boss glitch. And then also, I'm sure it's going to death sentence Eris. Yup, Eris currently has our 2 enemy skills equipped to learn death sentence on. Fire does double damage to those guys. And then what was the drop there actually? Did I pay attention to that? Smoke bomb! You can get a smoke bomb like that? That's so cool. Okay, well, that's where we got smoke bomb. All right. Oh, that's so cool. Phoenix Down has a 20 or 25% chance to work for an instant death. So naturally, with RNG manipulation, you better believe the Phoenix Down is going to one-shot kill him. And it was with perfect ATB also. Starting the fight, Eris has the best ATB. She's able to instantly get into her item menu in order to put us into ATB wait, so the enemy does not get a turn. Yeah, you can use Phoenix Down, but it only has a 25% chance to work. Elixir always works, and then X Potion always works because X Potion actually does the damage required, right? While Elixir does the death effect, and then Phoenix Down also does the death effect. It's an HP percent into chance percent conversion. Oh, really? So, like, are you saying that, like, if the enemy has lower HP, it has a higher chance to work? That's crazy. Oh, because a Phoenix down gives 25%. No, that's what you're saying. You're saying that a Phoenix down gives 25% of their HP, and it's also a 25% chance to work. Life 2 revives them with 100%, and so it's 100% chance to work. I get it. That's very interesting that it lines up like that. All right. Oh, you guys are gonna love this. Okay, so first of all, again, as always, the IGT, in-game time, leaving is what determines the starting RNG of the world map, right? Then, the movement, the nature of the movement is what changes RNG to decide how many frames of movement it's going to take to get into a fight, and what the enemy in the fight is going to be. However, the stall before getting into the fight there, that is waiting for a certain global frame counter, because the global frame counter, when the battle actually begins, is what determines the starting position of battle RNG. So now with battle RNG, notice the hold here. Notice how long it takes to hold here. So he grabs steel and then waits here for a second, then puts it through, and what do we get? Vagrous Claw. So, this is insane. Why is this insane? FF7 Vagrisk. Or is the enemy called a Basilisk? The enemy might be called Basilisk. It's called a Bagrisk. All right, gotcha. So Bagrisk. All right, here's this enemy. Notice what is stealable from this enemy. Slot 1 soft, slot 2 soft, slot 3 Vagrous Claw. Here's the thing about slots when you're stealing from an enemy. The way that steals work from an enemy that have multiple slots is that you can only steal one item from them. When you steal from them and you get an item, whatever of the items of theirs that you get is, you have now stolen from that enemy, and thus you can no longer steal another item from that enemy. If you try to steal from them again, it will just say nothing to steal. So, what's the slot business? Well, slot 1 soft, slot 2 soft, slot 3 Vagrisk Claw. What happens is when you do a steal attempt on them, actually we're gonna draw this as a flow chart. Here is how it works. Item 1. Okay, here we go. So slot 1, soft. All right? First, so we're going to go... All right. Here we go. Steal. Okay, so you're trying to steal a soft, right? And then, will I upload the VODs on YouTube later? Right now, they're automatically saved. All right, so you try to steal. So first thing it does is it tries to steal slot 1. If the steal succeeds, so success or failed. Fail. Success or failure. Failure. Oh, that's pretty good. Success or failure. If it succeeds, then stole soft. And actually, this needs to be I feel like this needs to be another shape now. Yeah. This needs to be just a square. All right. If it fails, though, then it immediately checks slot 2. Soft. Then we'll go ahead and just copy this and paste it. Oh, dude, we can even copy this now. If that succeeds, then we stole soft. Oh god, we got to zoom out. If it fails, though, now we're going for slot 3. Vagrous Claw. We'll just put Vagrous C, whatever. Actually, that's fine enough. Boom. Success or failure. If we succeed, stole Vagrisk. Oh, geez. Oh, brother. Vagrisk Claw. Failure. What does it say? What does it say if you fail? It says couldn't steal anything. Is that what the wording is? Couldn't steal anything? I think that's what, yeah. Couldn't steal anything, ... Okay. Oops. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Now, hang on. Oh, geez, I missed a crucial step. All the way down, all the way up here. All right. There's another question. And that is, have you already stolen an item from this enemy? There we go. I forgot about this very important step. Okay. And now it's no is this side. Yes is this side. And here is where we get nothing to steal. Okay. Oh boy. Except nothing to steal is going to get in my way. So I need to cut it so that then I can take all of this, bring it up like that, and then I can paste it. All right. There we go. Here is the steal flowchart. This is why we don't steal the Vagris Claw RTA. Is because we are trying to get here, which means that in a single steal attempt, we need it to check soft and fail. We need it to check another soft and fail, then check Vagris Claw and succeed. And, check it out, softs are common and the Vagris Claw is rare. So that means we need to fail a common steal, fail a second common steal, and then succeed a rare steal, all in one attempt. And if we get the soft, we can't just try again because then they have nothing to steal. So this is how stealing works in this game when an enemy has multiple slots, is in a single attempt, boom, 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 it just goes through the slots as much as necessary in order to produce an outcome. Yeah? Any questions? And yeah, the higher your level is, the more often you'll get the softs. I just drank out of this fast food cup from earlier this week. I didn't swallow it, but it didn't taste right. It did not taste right. We're going to go ahead and rinse the mouth. All right. That's better. And then now, I'm going to take my Wendy's cup from today. Oh, yeah. And have that nice Barks root beer just burn the bacteria away. There we go. Yeah, it was from a freestyle machine because it was at Wendy's. It's a freestyle Barks. There we go. And then we'll just have some water, and then we'll save we'll save the rest of the Barks in that Wendy's cup so I can take a sip of it next week. Oh man. What are the odds of getting the striking staff from earlier? That enemy very likely just only has striking staff, but we can go ahead and double check that. FF7 Harpy, that enemy is called. And for a steal, they only have the striking staff. So you only need to worry about that. Don't need to worry about the other dumb stuff. So yeah, remember, if an enemy only has one item, we essentially skip to right here, you know? We essentially go from here to here, right? You don't need to worry about these if they only have a single item. How do we normally get it? So RTA, what we do is we do an entire Fort Condor mission so that we can kill the boss that spawns. If you fail Fort Condor and you fight the boss at the point in the game from before you fight the Gongaga Turks, then he drops it. Max items per enemy, I think it's only 3. I don't know if there's any enemy that has more than 3. And it's a pretty weird thing that this enemy has 2 of the same. You know, that's pretty bizarre. Another example of this mechanic affecting the run, though, is the Wargong. The Behemoth has 2 items. He has Phoenix down right here, and then Wargong right here. Or we could say he doesn't have anything right here, and then this is Phoenix down, and this is Wargong, and we want the Wargong. So so Behemoth is another example of like a relevant one. And RTA, we do go for steals to get the Wargong because we naturally fight 5 Behemoths in the route. And so we get 4 attempts at getting a lucky Wargong instead of Phoenix down. And then if we don't get it, we have to farm it from the world map instead. Which is what I did in the record, actually. And then, oh yeah. This mechanic also is how drops work. Yes, that is a good point. That like, if we for drops, you can replace this, or this actually still occurs. If you steal from an enemy, they don't drop anything, and so this just means nothing will drop. Like if we talk about the drop table, right? It's gonna be, have you stolen from the enemy? If yes, then they don't drop anything. If no, then roll for their first item, roll for their second item, you know, that kind of thing. But yeah, drop the actual roll, the actual success or failure roll on drops is just a pure chance, not based on your luck. Or sorry, your level, like steals are. You don't need Phoenix summon for 100%. We do need Phoenix. We get it later on a different... We get Phoenix when we're grabbing huge materia, which is later. And so the TAS is going to visit Fort Condor. It's just not going to visit it until it has to later for the huge materia. On RTA, we have to do an extra visit. What all does luck stat affect? It definitely affects critical hits, and then it also affects a mechanic called lucky hit, where sometimes under the normal circumstances where the RNG would have rolled you to miss or would have rolled for the enemy to hit, your luck stat does an additional roll for a lucky hit or a lucky dodge, which overrides hit chances and just has you hit or miss or something similar, something kind of like that. Anyway, there you go. That's the entire Vagrisk Claw explanation. That is why A, we don't steal it from this enemy RTA, and B, why it is so impressive on the TAS to just come in here, boom, get the claw, and they're out of here. Man, I hope I don't get a sore throat from splashing weak old fountain soda on my throat a minute ago. And yo, Tiger Only, welcome on in. All right. That's not how throat infections really spread. I mean, the thing is, though, that like if you leave it out for long enough, it starts growing mold on it, and I think touching mold to your throat is probably bad. But hey, we'll see how I feel tomorrow, you know. Yeah, I've got a little bit of an Asmongold situation happening with my desk over here, and it bit me in the ass earlier. I took a swig of a week-old fountain soda. I don't know the last time that's happened. Like that hasn't happened to me for a long time. Okay, we gotta slow down this. Here we go. Let's check out this menu here. So we're going into item, getting the tranks back on because everybody got healed from everybody got healed from Cosmo Canyon. And then equip menu, taking the power wrist off of Cloud, putting it on Tifa, Mithril Power Soul. Okay, you guys probably know about the Power Soul because you've seen RTA runs, right? But we're going to go through it very briefly. Anyway, the Power Soul, on top of double AP growth with 4 slots, which is really excellent, and then also just having better attack power than the Leather Glove had at this point, and hit percent and all that. The Power Soul powers up when near death. So what exactly does this mean? This means that she will do double damage if she's in critical HP, which is 25% or less, notified by a yellow HP number. And it makes her do quadruple damage when she has the death sentence effect on her. And those two stack together. If she is in critical HP and under death sentence, she will do 8 times damage. Oh, let's check the rest of this. So, what's happening here? She's getting Death Blow. So Death Blow is an attack that, well, now we gotta talk about Death Blow. So Death Blow always crits, which does double damage. Meaning if she hits with a Death Blow, she under death sentence and critical HP, that means she is doing 16 times the damage of a regular attack. 16 times the damage. And so, but what is the deal with the, what's the deal with the accuracy? I say that it has lower accuracy, high chance to miss. The way that works is the game's normal hit percentage is your hit percent plus the character's dexterity over 4. Yeah? Plus your defense percent, which is your evasion, minus the enemy defense percent, which is the enemy's evasion. So, normally, this is your percentage chance to hit. And so what is hit percent? Hit percent is attack percent. Sorry. Attack percent, which is 106 with Power Soul. And then defense percent is this other number, defense percent, and then enemy defense. So this is the chance for you to hit. What Death Blow does is it takes this part of the equation right here and it divides it by 3. So your regular hit percent plus your dexterity over 4 gets divided by 3. Then it adds your defense percent and your enemy, and subtracts the enemy's defense percent without regards to whether you're death blowing or not. So that's the effect of Death Blow. Yeah? Make sense? All right. But it always crits if it hits. So Death Blow on Tifa, Poison on Cloud, and then, oh, Barrett's... Okay, so we're grabbing Cloud's... Oh, this is cool. We're grabbing Cloud's empty slot here. Drive by unequipping Barrett's Restore. Look at that. Drive by unequip. Which stat is it that's broken in FF7? Magic defense on armor. So your spirit stat still works, but magic defense from your armor does not. On the PlayStation version, they fixed it for the PC version. Anyway, I love this drive-by unequip that restore off of Barrett. That's super cool. And then Manipulate got brought up to Cloud's weapon. Okay. So Manipulate on Cloud now. And then, oh, and then that Restore for Tifa gets put on. Rama Choco Lure. Okay. Very interesting. Remember, the Power Soul has double AP growth. Cloud back into the middle. Interesting that Cloud in the middle is continuing to be the meta. Alright. So, there's Bio. He does 91 damage. Okay. In fact, I know I'm gonna need this, so we're gonna go ahead and write down that the Bio did 91 damage. Ooh, and then Tifa with a Death Blow. Okay, Death Blow did 191. Okay, interesting. Alright. Boom! Nice. Here's a free Healing Wind from... Because remember, we gotta use 8 Healing Winds at some point, and if we don't have to farm them out later, that's good. We're learning Trine on two of our E-skills. That's interesting. Didn't expect that. Okay, Poison Tick. Poison Tick did 262. Alright. Ice did 79. Oh, and he's dead now. So what's the deal with the Quad 7s? The Quad 7s is... So, this game has a mechanic called Lucky Sevens, where if an actor in battle has 7777 HP, current HP, they will deal 7777 damage with all of their attacks. Now, for whatever reason, Poison, the way that Poison is calculated, it behaves as if it is self-inflicted damage. And so if a character is poisoned and has 7777 HP, the poison will hit themselves for Quad 7s, instantly killing them. So, Materia Keeper has 8400 HP. The Bio did 91. The Death Blow did 191. The Poison Tick did 262. And the Ice Cast did 79, leaving him with 7777 remaining HP for the Poison Tick to then kill him. Mwah! What a strat, dude. I'm very interesting to... Oh! Trine is probably learned for the battery cap farm. No spoilers. Trine is gonna get used, though. Alright. Now,
What the hell is going on here?
notice the little pause here. Little pause before leaving. That is to manipulate world map RNG. This is a no slots TAS, Billy. 100% no slots TAS. So world map RNG, in order to get a fight right away in the forest. Let's see what this forest fight is, eh? Wouldn't you know it? It's a preemptive encounter against 6 battery caps, and now it becomes exceedingly clear why Eris was placed on top. Because in a preemptive fight, with all 3 of your characters having full ATB, that means that Eris's menu is going to come up first on a preemptive. So we got a preemptive against 6 battery caps. Remember how I keep saying that Eris needs to
Yes.
we need to get kills with Eris. Well, she's about to Aqualung, excuse me. She's about to Aqualung these motherfuckers for 6 kills. Nice. 6 kills. And then these guys, look how much money they give you. Look how much experience, AP, and money these guys are worth compared to the enemies, compared to the fights that we get in the Mithril Mines on RTA. All right. Jumanji Bird, good to have you. So as far as unlocking all magic tiers, we achieve that by getting the master materia. We don't have to master all of the materia, but we do obtain the master materia by defeating Emerald Weapon and handing in the Earth Harp, and that gets us the master materia, which gives us all the magic abilities. Oh, is that purchasing the shotgun? Anything else? Nope. Just need to purchase the shotgun. Okay. Oh, tomorrow is doing Zeal is doing another hundo attempt? That's great. I'll have to have that on. Alright, so what are we buying here? 4 high potions. 21 hypers. And the time materia. I like how the Yoshiyuki looks a lot, yeah. I'm a sucker for katanas, though, you know. Alright, no idea about the re-record count. It might say on the official task page, though, right? Just got to the city in your first run after 26 years after watching a video. Thanks for the inspiration. I love to hear it. More people playing FF7 is a great thing. Ever watched Forged in Fire? I've only seen a video of someone like joking about it. I once watched somebody watching Forged in Fire. And I can't remember what the context was at all. But I've seen the show that way. One time. Alright, we can really skip here for a little bit. Oh. The hell am I thinking? Still fast forwarding on Palmer. Alright, here we go. Let's check out this Palmer fight. We got Death Sentence on Tifa. She's already critical, so she's online for 8 times damage. Ooh! Death Blow. Ooh, you see him waiting for the frame right here? Waiting for the frame for the Death Blow to hit. And there it is. Just 4 death blows on Palmer, and Palmer has pretty high evasion too. All right, what's next? Ah, here it is. We have the return to the Nibelheim Forest, and this is really important what's happening here. So he runs into the forest and then runs back in order to get the fight as close to the tiny Bronco as possible. You see that? Needs a fight here, but wants to get it as close to the vehicle as possible. Here we've got perfect ATB on Eris again. Right there, I'm guessing the hold was to manipulate battle RNG for the level ups that are about to happen. So yeah, here we go. So all 3 characters leveled up from that battery cap fight. So their stat ups were just manipulated by that certain frame. And then this is very important. So here, he's going to get another fight. But notice, coming out of the fight, runs, gets into the Bronco, and back out. The reason to do this, the reason is because when you exit a fight, your world map fractions spawn in at -140. And they go up by 1 every frame that you're moving, and they don't start they don't begin checking for battles and raising your danger until they reach 17, right? So that's 157 frames at 30 FPS of movement that it takes. That's over 5 seconds of movement that it takes in order to begin getting danger checks and getting the chance to get into a battle. So free movement, yes. Also, if you buffered your movement out of the fight, you also get 13 frames on top of that of free movement. So that's actually 170 frames of movement before the first battle check occurs. What getting in and out of the Bronco does is when you exit a vehicle, your fractions are set to -30. So, fading in here, his fractions are just starting to go up from -140. But what he wants is another fight as soon as possible. So getting into the Bronco and back out sets his fractions from probably around -130 to just -30, right? Cutting 100 frames off. That's over 3 seconds saved for getting into his next fight by getting in and out of the Bronco. So that's why getting these fights, that's why it's so important every one of these fights to get into the fight as close to the Bronco as possible so he can do this get in and out trick in order to save all of those frames, in order to do that frame dump every time. And then also, as we're seeing, he's running just far enough and back to manipulate world map RNG to get the fight on the frame that is the closest to the Bronco, but then also stopping right here for a second before actually making that last frame of movement to manipulate battle RNG Because manipulating battle RNG is what is giving Eris top ATB. Eris having top ATB means that he can get right into her menu, ATB wait, the 6 enemies don't get a turn, and she's able to Aqualung them down. Once again, holding for optimal RNG for the level up. Because now here's another level up from Eris that needs its battle RNG to be manipulated. I'm guessing her magic stat is getting prioritized right now. Because Trine is cheaper than Aqualung, and I imagine he wants to start using Trine. Because it costs less MP. But right now, we have to use Aqualung. Because it's stronger. So, I think we can skip for a bit here. And as you can see, the process is just repeating. So, this is the Eris grind on the TAS. We're getting the kills faster because every enemy has 6 enemies in it. Every fight has 6 enemies instead of 4 or 5. And B, the fights themselves are worth more experience, more AP, more money. So this is way more beneficial. And get this also, this strat is what the new RTA Hundo route is trying to achieve. Alright, she just learned Breath of the Earth. The new RTA route is going to try to do this. But chaining world map manips like this is extremely difficult to do RTA. I feel like having to, and just my opinion, I feel like having to dump the 140. Oh, here's Trine. Ah, okay. Now we're doing the rest of our healing winds with dive kicks. Very interesting. Because Breath of the Earth has been learned. So now we need to get these healing winds out of the way. So maybe... So yeah, Trine was very good for getting rid of the 4 battery caps, but not the Valron there. This is so cool. But yeah, I feel like having to dump the 140 frames every fight is gonna make it slower than Mithril Mines, you know? But yeah, I should give him a shout out actually. If you guys want to see this grind method attempted in real time by a human, definitely be following Zeal, who is going to be doing an attempt tomorrow. So that's for Twitch. For those of you on YouTube, he does stream on YouTube also, but there's his Twitch channel. You can probably find his YouTube channel from there also if you want, or if someone else wants to link his YouTube channel in the YouTube chat, that would be cool also. Just saying, if you guys want to check out his hundo attempt tomorrow, he's going to be trying this this strat. Yeah, it's just so, I don't know. Having to wait for every one of the world map manips, I feel like is longer than the step route. And then having to burn the 140 fractions, I feel like takes too long. I have my doubts about this being RTA, about this actually being good RTA. Nice death blow from Tifa to finish him off. That's awesome. We'll see though. I would like to be wrong. It'd be really cool to see it work. All right. Now we're doing the same thing for Breath of the Earth. We have to, so she has to get re-hypered every turn because Breath of the Earth takes hyper away. And we need the hyper to build her limit bar faster. Her having 1 HP there is kind of by design. Dive Kick does 25% of their max HP in damage. So if their HP is not a multiple of 4, then the 25% is going to get rounded down every time, and they're going to be left with either 1, 2, or 3 HP after 3 dive kicks from full health. The other formations here, yeah, there's the 6 battery caps, there's 4 battery caps and a Valeron, and then there is the 2, I don't know what they're called, but they morph into a mute mask, or they drop mute mask, I mean. They're like a eyeball. They're like the eyeball with legs, and there's a fight with 2 of them. And then there's also a side attack with 2 of them, with the eyeball guys. Yeah, the perfect ATB is a big part of this as well. Because that's the thing is, doesn't the RTA run have to manip for preemptives so that it, so that these guys don't kick the shit out of your party? There you go. She just learned Planet Protector. Yeah, it'd be a big waste of time to get into fights with those guys. Exactly. Okay, okay. Zeal thought that okay, getting all preemptives wasn't necessary. That's good. Oh, TS bomb steal here. Nice. The keystone fight we're getting is flat beats in order to steal the TS bomb. That's awesome. All right. Now we've just got some cutscenes. Stuff we can easily fast forward through. Man, that kill grind sure didn't take long. Yo, Whiskey Tom. Here, talking to the wizard is like a couple frames faster than talking to the knight. Eros date is fastest because any other date doesn't save enough time to be worth getting, you know? It takes too long to get one of the other dates. Yeah, the fact that you can run from the Keystone fight is very funny. But hey, you know, a deal's a deal. Alright, so Tifa in the party, grabbing Turtles 3 here. Here, grabbing Great Gospel with the Mithril. I'm speeding it up even more. Okay. Now we're back to regular gameplay. Oh, we have a menu to behold. All right. To witness We've got Fury on Eris again. Oh my god. He's going to grind Planet Protectors on a boss fight. Okay. Let's do it. So, time, going over that E skill. Then Cloud's Poison is getting replaced by that E skill. Take off from Tifa. And then her... Gosh, what was this? Wasn't this also E skill? Her other E skill is becoming Restore. And taking off those two. This was your idea, Ace? Alright, there's limit level 3. Trident not needed because RTA, we pick up that Trident. We pick up that Trident just to steal for money. Or just to sell for money, I mean. Same with the Rocket Punch. We pick it up just to sell. And then we get another one later. So that's part of the benefit of the battery cap grind, is not needing to do that. Because he already has a ton of money now. Clock spin incoming, by the way. Okay, grabbing the morph materia. So first, of course, moving the arm to grab the Princess Guard over here. And then I don't imagine he needs this ribbon. So this is probably just going to be a spin now to get... Yeah, here's the spin. Nice, to land it right there. That's so cool. Yo, Fred plays. Yeah, doesn't need the ribbon because he'll get a ribbon probably from Gaia's Cliff. Unless a sick Hochu morph is going to happen. And I'm doing very well, Fred. Hope you're doing well. Alright. Let's see this red dragon fight. So haste on Eris. Oh! Yeah! So that her Peerless... So he's gonna grind... So we're grinding Planet Protector right now. Because haste makes Peerless run out faster. So hasting Eris means that she will be able to take damage again sooner after Planet Protector, which will let her Planet Protect again. So, just softening him up with a Death Blow. Then... RNG manipulated Fire Breath. Attack on Tifa, probably to start getting her HP lower. Here's our first Planet Protector. There's a Beat Rush use. Again, we need to use 9 Beat Rushes. There we go. Oh, sorry to flashbang you. Peerless just ran out on Eris. So there's another Death Blow. Attack on Eris for another Planet Protector. So she needs to use 5 Planet Protectors total. This being number 2. So the other 3 are going to be on Demon's Gate. Alright, very cool. There's Bahamut. Oh! All right, what's our menu? Okay. Eris cures herself. And then reordering. And that's it. That's it. Yeah, Demon's Gate is a tough fight. His rock drops do a lot. He does double rock drops sometimes. He's more likely to do double rock drop the lower health he is also. Technically, he's more likely to do it the more demon rushes he's done, and he queues up demon rushes as his health goes down. Each time his health crosses a 25% barrier. Right? Is it 25%? You can do that, Grumpy, yes. There is a single frame on which you can menu after this fight. All right. Also grinding our beat rushes. You'll love to see it. There's the rock drop for Planet Protector number 4 now. We need one more Planet Protector. Oh, danger. We're 4 hours into day 2 here. This is like the 10th hour of commentary, and we're 4 hours into the run. So I'm doing pretty well. Oh my god, that damage, dude. Nice miss on Tifa where that would have killed her. And here's Planet Protector number 5, dude. That's so cool. Boom. The death blow for the kill. And surely we're manipulating Eris's level up here, right? It's very important that Eris got optimal stat ups from that level. All right. So, to fully answer the question about Great Gospel, right when Cloud stands up again here, right here is where you can open the menu. There's one frame where you can open the menu, but don't worry, it is RTA viable, because if you're just holding triangle when the frame becomes available, the game will open the menu. All you have to do is be holding triangle here, and it will open the menu. Boom, so there we go. Great Gospel learned. Doesn't need the X potion or the white megaphone from going Gaga there. All right, where are we going? Straight to Bone Village. Straight to Bone Village. All right. Just digging up the Lunar Harp. Oh, no. What are we digging up here? Maybe this is the Lunar Harp and you can just get it from right there. Yeah. Interesting. You can get it from way over there, huh? Crazy. And lid skip, by the way. Lid skip. If you open this chest on like the very first frame that you have movement, it skips the chest opening animation and just gives you the item. This is lid skip. Whenever we meme about lid skip, this is it. Lid skip. Yeah, RTA we don't get Titan yet either. Right? No, RTA, we get it right. No, that's when we get it RTA, actually. You're right. Oh, we talking Lunar Harp? usually stand, and like where I see everybody stand, is like right here. Like halfway into the smoke. So interesting to see this work. I wonder how precise all of this is. Because yeah, we usually stand like right here. Alright. Is this menu just for a fight? Sure is. Doesn't need the water ring from the chest, because I'm sure we'll get that as a steal from the serpent later. And we're not going to need it for Genova. Not going to need it for safety. Taking a battle here because the next fight is going to be a scripted. And so if this battle was skipped, then we get double boss glitch. PHS and Red into the party. Red Sid, it looked like. This is Shell Hut. Oh no, Red Tifa. This is Shell Hut skip. You can hit the cutscene trigger right here and open this chest at the same time, which allows you to clear the elixir box. Now we have movement behind the black screen during this cutscene, which allows us to grab the E-skill materia that's behind the bed up there. And then he even went down, you heard the ladder grab, ran down, grabbed the ladder, and left the room. Oh boy, okay, here we go. Alright, so Tranks once again. Equip. So Red gets Dragon Armlet to drain half, or to take half Fire Cold Lightning damage. Tifa gets Gygas Armlet. The thing about Gygas Armlet, I don't know why they don't say it here, but Gygas Armlet gives you like 30 strength or something. It's really good. And then, alright, Luck Plus. Probably to get those lucky hits. Taking... Was that Manipulate off of Cloud? Putting it on Red. Morph on Tifa. E-skill on Red. Elemental Lightning on Tifa. Okay. Oh, are the items from Bone Village triangle based? I didn't know that. Oh, here's a sneaky thing, but this is RTA also. You can grab the comet from down here. All right. Genova time. Starting with Aqualung. This is very interesting. So starting with an Aqualung, however, we don't have all 4 E skills yet. Oh, sorry. What I meant to say is we don't have the water ring yet. But our characters are so fucking beefy from those battery caps that we can just take an Aqualung. That's crazy. And now, did anyone learn it? No. I wouldn't think so. There's the death sent. Oh my god, 6,000 damage, dude. So yeah. The Aqualung just put Tifa into critical HP. The Aqualung was bad for her to do, because it put Tifa into critical HP, we death sentenced her, now she's death blowing for wacky damage, dude. 2 death blows and she's dead. That is good stuff. All right, all right. Time for disc 2. There's Bolt Armlet. Hypno Crown. No need for that Mega Elixir over there. Magic Plus all the way down there. Yeah. Hopefully the BizHawk emulator isn't overheating. That would be bad for the disc loads. Hero Drink and Vaccine. Here we're doing Elena skip or Elena punch skip, whatever. Also a RTA skip. Oh, let's hear this. Let's hear this cat pet. Oh yeah, turbo petting that cat. Let's go. I want to watch the snowboarding real time. Just super tight against the walls. Good stuff, man. Is petting the cat part 100%? No, it's part of having a human soul. Meaning, I guess the TAS could get away with not doing it. Yeah, exactly, Mountain. No disc chain shenanigans on TAS. The drop rate on a human soul, you know, every day I'm thinking less and less. So there's a barnstorming element to snowboarding where turning makes you go slower than not turning. So kind of the goal is to have as much straightaway as possible. Oh, beautiful. And yeah, I like this part because there's nothing about it that would make you want to not save any frames. Like, when we talk about steps, there's always this element of like, oh, this doesn't necessarily need to be perfect because they need to wait 15 frames before the next fight for proper battle RNG anyway, right? And that kind of thing. But I feel like snowboarding, you just have every reason to be as fast as possible, you know? There's no frame rule shenanigans or anything going on. Doo-doo. So, as expected, just seeing a bunch of battle skips. There's the added cut materia. Here we have to touch the pond in order to be able to fight Snow for the Alexander materia. So no getting around that. Alright, taking a fight here, but just running. Alright, alright. Yo, Shout Blaster. Yeah, the snowfields are a little infamous nowadays. They've always been infamous to runners because, you know, the whole nature of the cave where you have to take more steps if you're behind is very, stressful to runners. Because if you're already behind, you have to walk more, which puts you more behind, you know? So it's like a huge skill check on your movement to get through this part on steps. By the way, 4 Bandersnatch? I've never seen this formation before. There's a 4 Bandersnatch formation? Alright. Here's the snow fight, which will likely... Here's my guess. Death Blow kills... Death Blow into critical added cut, and she drops Ice Crystal. That's what I'm calling. There's the death sentence. Death. Oh, okay. The critical added cut didn't matter because we're so beefy already. She's gonna drop the Ice Crystal though. Watch. Hey, there it is. And then there's the Alexander materia, the reason we're here. It's funny watching in just double speed because it makes the 30 FPS field be 60 FPS. Oh, hang on. Definitely manipulating Cat. Like, you know, they're ending the battle on a specific frame that gives them the drop. Now, a Tasser could just brute force it, but I'm pretty sure Gecko used like LUA scripts or Lua scripts in order to look ahead at the RNG in order to find the frames more easily. But yeah, if not that, then it would have had to have been brute force. Okay, doing a little bit of healing, equipping the bolt armlet. I foresee magic breath. The reason we'd be doing this, these two characters need to get healed so they can survive magic breath. Cloud doesn't need to get healed because he's getting the bolt armlet, which is going to make him absorb magic breath. Okay, magic plus on the power soul, added cut added to death blow, restore on Cloud. Nice. Is it possible the walk-run thing changes the distance before fainting? I believe it does not. I think that your fainting is straight up just a step ID counter. Like, every time that your step ID increments, it also increments a counter that makes you pass out. Eventually. And I don't think that walking or running affects it. Oh, Lua is just the Portuguese word for moon, so it doesn't even stand for anything? I actually had no idea. Alright, Stilva fight. Magic breathing right away. Just like I told you, now these two survive. Cloud gets healed by it. Magic breathing them right back is pretty funny. And then Morph. Oh, dude! Cloud's magic stat is set up so that he has 2,000 HP. So he's got 82 HP remaining here. Just right for Tifa to morph him into a holy torch. Oh, that's so sick. There's that ribbon. Grabbing the javelin, all right. By the way, this rock kick, it clears these icicles out of the way, which are normally in your way. Ah, and here's a little optimization tip that I gave Gecko, which is that your temperature drops faster when it's lower. There's a certain threshold of degrees, I don't know what it is, but once you're under that threshold of degrees, your temperature starts dropping faster. And I noticed on his any percent TAS that he waited until he was at the top of the climb to shiver. And I said, and I DM'd him saying, I think because of this mechanic, it would actually be faster to shiver right away. And that way you spend more time in the upper temperature threshold, meaning you have to spend less time shivering because you don't need to up your temperature as much. And he said, yes, that does indeed save. I think it was like 24 frames or something. All right. And yeah, Hundo will teach you a lot about the run. Or a lot about the game in general. For sure. There's a lot more to learn, though. Like, if I had to take a general knowledge quiz on the enemies and stuff, you'd be surprised at how much I don't know. Because it's not relevant to the speedrun. Alright, there's our fire armlet. Oh, wow. Okay. So Aqualung instead of Magic Breath. Magic Breath doesn't damage the icicle because Magic Breath is fire, lightning, and ice elemental. And the icicle absorbs ice. So because it absorbs one of the three, it makes it absorb all of them. Even though it's weak to fire, the fact that it absorbs ice, but it's weak to fire, absorption just takes over. It takes priority. And so they absorb Magic Breath. So Aqualung does damage, takes the icicle down, leaving a low enough amount of HP for a death blow to kill it. That's so sick, dude. So cool. Yeah, that's a big one, Grumpy Librarian. Alright. Aqualung Death Blow. I love that strat. Now check this out. You know how I said it's funny that the field is 60 FPS at double speed? Battles are 60 FPS at quad speed. Look at that 60 FPS battle. Beautiful. Alright. That looked like just healing. Yep, just healing up red. Passing on the enhanced sword. And all right. I gotta run to the bathroom before we do Schizo. Or Twin Head. Excuse me. I will be right back. Ooh. Oh, all right. Okay, okay. Let's go. So, remember, we can steal a protect ring. It's like a 3.5% or something. It's like a less than 5% steal on the firehead to get the protect ring. So, what do we got? First, got to use one of Cloud's Bravers, you know? Wow, no animation, huh? That's weird. Look at this. No flinch animation. I wonder what causes that. Purince, it is still under review by one of the other moderators. So I'll show you the queue right now. For FF7 speedruns. There's 3 runs in the queue. We got my PC hundo from last month. We got Slime's hundo from 6 days ago. And then we got my PlayStation hundo from a few days ago. So we got all hundos right now. This hundos take forever to verify because of all the things you need to, how long the run is and how many objectives there are. So for my runs to show up, we're just waiting on one of the other moderators to get to it. And then I'm working on Slimes also. All right. Hang on, we gotta start over here. So it looked like the head did flinch. I'm used to the whole body flinching. Okay. Tifa death sentence. Oh, the added cut crit, bro. So there we go. That's a lot of damage. And then there's the kill on head 1. Or not the kill? Oh, okay. That's really sick. Because okay, this is Schizo's dilemma, okay? Killing the head makes it counterattack with a very powerful electric attack. However, Tifa needs to be in critical HP in order to do max damage. So if we use her max damage to kill the enemy, then the enemy kills Tifa. So instead, this is leaving him with a little bit of HP left so that Red can potion her and then Cloud can finish him off with a regular attack. That's so cool, dude. Because now she survives the electric attack, and it probably puts her back into crit. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. Oh, but the fire breath helped. There's the protect ring steal. Yeah, but the fire breath put her back into crit. This fire breath. Oh, my God. And then, boom, protect ring steal. There's that less than 5% steal. And there's the kill on that head. This is actually funny. When the big hit happened earlier, I thought that the head should be dead already. But it's because he attacked 2 different heads. Like, okay, so this attack is on Ice Head. Okay, the attack with the crit was on Ice Head. I see. This is what I missed. I was expecting Ice Head to die after this, but no, no, no. This attack is on the Fire Head. Gotcha. All right. All right. Yo, Grim. Very nice. So, there's our Protect Ring. There's our Schizo fight. Time for Earth Mallet. How do you guys think the TAS is going to do on Earth Mallet? Which Gygus do you guys think the TAS is going to get Earth Mallet from? Alright, here we go. Just Phoenix down Tifa. That's all we need. First, that's a pretty good guess. Yo, Monkey Momo. Alright, there he is. Tifa, wait. Oh, there it is. Waiting for the right frame there. Man Bear Pig, thank you for subscribing. And there's the Earth Mallet, of course. And we're out of here. Yo, when we're stutter stepping, like the TAS does, we can do whatever we want with the step route. Alright, there's that Neo Bahamut pickup. No need to grab the Kaiser Knuckle there. This is a TAS, Bow Chicka Wow Wow, meaning all of the inputs are a script. Like what the TAS is it is a sheet of what inputs get pressed on every frame from beginning to end. And then that has been used to construct the perfect run possible, right? Oh, silence opener from Genova, by the way. When she opens with silence, she skips her next turn. Yeah, Lil Gecko is the Tasser. So now, holding time. Big death blow hit. Big death blow hit. Remember, she skips a turn after silence. So along, along with the weight tricking, she's dead before her next turn. All right. Does it take like a year to write? Yeah, Lil Gecko is awesome. All right, here we get the MP Turbo. Poison Ring from the chest. And now, we've got a lot of stuff to just fast forward through. We've got a nice amount of fast forward here. I'm going to do something crazy. I'm going to do something a little crazy. I'm going to bump it up to 16 times speed. Because we've just got cutscenes for a minute here. We're going plaid, boys. All right. Take us back to quad speed. Seeing all the normal strats here to squeak through with Barrett. All right, here we go. Instant escape as expected. Hey Scott, great to have you here. And then here I'm sure we'll see the FMV skip, which is something we also do RTA. Very briefly, the deal is that on all these scenes, you have a playable character in each scene just because of how the game works. It's just on a scene like this, they'll have your character invisible and you can't move them. You know, they're paralyzed and they're invisible. However, on this scene, they forgot to paralyze your invisible character. And I think he's like right here or something. And so you can run down and run in there and boom, we're out of the room. And that skips the rest of the cutscenes, just leaving the room in the middle of them. All right. We got some menu skips, as you'd expect. A casual player, what are the downsides? So I'll actually, I will answer. The downside, in a speed run, it's a huge upside because you skip like a minute-long cutscene. The only downside you could say is that this room right here, this room is hostile. So on your step route, you actually need to account for the fact that you lose the steps of this distance of running. So you either have to write your step route for the skip or not for the skip, you know? But you would always do, in a speed run, you would always do the skip. It's just interesting that you get this extra room of hostile field that you have to run through. I don't think that there's a way to soft lock it, Grumpy. I think if you fail it, the cutscenes just continue. Yeah, it is extremely easy to do. All right, and Nameless, thank you for the super chat. Oh, we might have a visitor here. And yeah, my pleasure. I love doing commentary. All right. Oh my God, Sam! Thank you for the $20 super chat. Holy shit! Thank you. Hi Mia. Yeah, come on up. Oh, all right. She's getting into position, you know? Getting ready for cuddles. Hunkering down. I'm guessing she had dinner recently. Oh. Oh, she wasn't ready for the pets to be over. She likes when I rub the bridge of her nose. Oh, yeah. And her chin. Chin rub. I'm just switching hands. Yo, Harry. She's been loving this move lately. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is Mia. And there's hair flying all over the place. There we go. Kinda. It's in your whiskers. Yes. Doesn't even knock over all the old cups. I have to stop her, you know. When she gets up, she always starts eyeballing the table. Like she's gonna try to exit that way, and I'm like, nah. And I gotta wrestle with her a little bit to get her to turn around and exit this way. Yeah, she's giving me little biscuits. It's kind of like a petting motion that she does, really. Like if I stop petting her, usually she'll start doing it more because she's like telling me to pet her, kinda. Yeah, here we go. See, now she's reaching up and touching. This is like her pet me, you know. Yours would start suckling. She does that on certain materials, yeah. We've got like a blanket that's really soft, and it's soft like a cat's stomach, you know? And that blanket, yeah, that blanket, she sits there and kneads and suckles the shit out of while we pet her. All right. I gotta get back to the commentary, Mia. We're less than halfway into this thing. I'm 2 days into this commentary, and we're less than halfway done. Oh, she's sinking. She's sinking in. She gave you guys a look just now. Did you see that? Oh yeah, she's purring herself to sleep now. Well, now okay, now she's making moves. All right. Yo, Silviano. Okay. So here, as always, faster just to get slapped. Any slaps that you do on Scarlet, all it does is like one of you two needs to get slapped a certain number of times, So the only way for Scarlet to be the loser is for her to take X slaps, but she might randomly get slaps in. So it's faster to just let her have Tifa take X slaps. Otherwise, you're getting X plus however many the other person took. All right. We got Kate and Red here. Ah, we're off to the Chocobo farm. So normally, at this point in the run, we would be RTA. We would be going to steal our carob nuts, and we would then go buy the Choco stables after that. It could be manipped Bitcores, like if you perfect slap her. I theorize that if you perfect slap her, it would save time, but it would probably only save a matter of frames, and it probably takes more frames than that to manip it, you know? Okay, how many stables is this? It's got to be 4, right? But I feel like there's more happening. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 Chocobo stables. Interesting. John Gaff, thank you for subscribing. I wonder... I guess it's faster to do that than it is to release the Chocobos? It must be. Alright, there's our 4th E-skill materia, so we can finally start loading up all 4 E-skills. Oh, brother, here we go. Alright. Red gets the Wizard Bracelet, which gives a lot of magic power, as well as having 8 materia slots that are all like as linked as possible. Hypno Crown on Kate. We're taking... I don't know what... Oh, that was Manipulate. Okay. So, Manipulate. Ooh, he's doing the strat. Instead of like triangling off Manipulate here, he's replacing it with the top slot, Counterattack, and then triangling off Counterattack, so that now Manipulate is on top over here. Love that strat. And then Steal. Take Morph off of Tifa, and Magic Plus off of Tifa, give it to Red. E-skill, that's the new E-skill. New E-skill on Kate. Both of the new E-skills are on Kate. And at least one of the good ones is on Red. I'm not sure if the other good one is on Red or Tifa. We'll find out. Okay. So this will be level 4 Suicide or stealing a Carob Nut. This will be stealing a Carob Nut. Okay, both of the good E-skills must be on Red, because Tifa does not have E-skill on her menu. Alright. Carob Nut. Alright. Exclamation point TAS. Sion, if you want to get the explanation. There it is, second Carob Nut. Just 2 for now? Oh, I bet the other one is going to get stolen in Battle Square. Because we need, I think we need 2 carob nuts for Chocobo breeding. This is interesting. Oh, this is learning Death Sentence on our other 2 E-skills and level 4 Suicide at the same time, dude. Okay, so here's going to be level 4 Suicide from the squirrel. There it is. And then if you kill and then manipulate to learn Death Sentence on our other 2 E-skills. Okay. And then that made me forget what I was talking about a second ago. Oh yeah, that stealing the carob nuts. We need 2 carob nuts for Chocobo breeding, I think, unless the TAS is doing a different manip that somehow doesn't use 2 carob nuts. And then the third one is for inventory completion. So I'll be curious to see where the third... Oh, you know where else you can get a carob nut? You can purchase one with GP at the Gold Saucer. Oh yeah, did I miss the Dazer Steel also? The Dazer Steel totally makes sense. So yeah, I bet... Oh, a Dazer got dropped. Yeah. Dazer got dropped by the fight. That's awesome. And yeah, you can buy a carob nut with GP from Wonder Square. So I bet that the third carob nut will be gotten from there, along with buying the Jill Plus and the EXP Plus materia. Here is a wonderful Chocobo. Is this gonna drop an Antarctic Wind? No, okay. But yeah, so this Chocobo fight, a Chocobo with a single jumping. This enemy is called a jumping. But this formation means it is a wonderful Chocobo. Alright, and then this formation, a Chocobo with a spiral, this formation means that it is a great Chocobo. And yeah, Zakai, I think what happened was the 90k overheated. I think that the PS2 I was running on overheated, and that's why it was having trouble. Because today, I fired it up, and it just read everything no problem. And then I opened it up, and I found that the fan is a little dusty, so I need to clean out the fan. And then the 77K, the different model of PS2, the 77K, it looks like it has better cooling. And so I might just run on a 77K in the future. But anyway, so yeah, this is a great Chocobo, we know, because of the formation. The 75, 77, 79, and 90Ks all implement emulation, Mr. P. Yes. I think it's part of the reason that their load times are better. Ba-da-da-dum. Okay, I kind of spaced out for a second, but... Wait, what's the last thing that happened? Yeah, Bitcore's like, the PS2... Oh yeah, we got the great Chocobo. The PS2 Fat actually has PS1 hardware inside of it to play PS1 games. And then the Slim 70Ks also have PS1 hardware inside of it. But then starting with the 75Ks, they changed the internals, and the PS1 it's like partially emulation, starting with the 75Ks. Just like technically how the PS2 runs PS1 games changed with the 75Ks. But yeah, I think that the dust in the fan was probably the thing that put it over the edge. But maybe the 77K is just safer to run on in the future. All right. Oh. No, I don't want you to go that way. Oh, she wants to get on the chair. There's a chair behind me that she likes to lay on. All right, here we go. We are now Sid. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It's definitely very funny that I had to switch consoles in the middle of a run. It's too bad because that run's RNG was so insanely good. All right, well, here is the manip for the blue chocobo. Blue chocobo first. Yeah, this is a totally different manip. How interesting. All right. Is this speed source? Or speed drink, I mean? Yeah. Okay. Morphin the speed drink. I think so, Whiterune, but it is still under review by the other moderators. But I mean, Ace in real time during the run said, yeah, I think that's fine. All right. Here's the manipulate to learn White Wind. How many frames can it possibly save to rename breeding the chocobos? So Dimensive, they bought 6 stables, which makes me think that they're not going to release any of them. And then consider that during chocobo racing, it has to type out your whole list of chocobos every time that you need to choose what chocobo you're going to race with. All right. I'm guessing all 4 E skills were just moved over to red for that Goblin Punch. And then we're probably going to get 2 Xeonuts from this, yes. Because one of them is going to be for breeding, and then the other one is for inventory completion. Okay. And now feeding these greens is just for RNG manipulation. So actual emulator runs on Other Austin are already a thing, but they're on a different leaderboard. Okay, there's our green chocobo. We are releasing chocobos. Or no, he went to ride. All right, I did not think it made sense to buy 6 stables if we're going to release. So, okay, riding makes sense. Because now this is going to get taken. Ah, okay, getting Quadra Magic right away. That's interesting. I don't think Quadra Magic is going to get used. But it must be faster to grab right now. Okay. Ancient Forest time. New blinking strat is used here. That might have already been a thing in TAS. I don't know, though. I certainly don't think ghosting was a thing that TAS used before. So here, we're waiting for this thing to pop us off. Because if you get popped off by this thing, and you press left or right while you're in the air, it activates a glitch we call ghosting. Like, just press left or right at some point during this animation. It breaks Sid's scripts, so now the flower doesn't eat him. He's broken right now. He cannot jump on any more things, and the flowers can't eat him. So it lets you just run out of the room without having to wait for the frog. All right. Typhoon materia there in a bag for some reason. And then just gotta wait for this frog to pop us off in order to exit. So we got Slash All, Typhoon, Super Shot ST, Apocalypse, and Spring Gun Clip. Those are the items from Ancient Forest. So now, Spring Gun Clip goes right on red. Huge attack upgrade. Let's see. Protect Ring Javelin. Oh yeah, Javelin has double AP growth for Sid. And then, so we got Take Morph off of Sid. Red gets Slash All. Kate gets Manipulate. Take Steel off of Red and give it to Sid. Putting it on Sid's Javelin for double AP growth. Because we want Mug. So getting it on double AP growth right now is good. 1 E-skill, 2 E-skill. Both of these smaller E-skills. No, all 4 E-skills come off of Red. The 2... Oh, and all 4 of them go on Kate, huh? Interesting. And yo, Mounter. Alright, so all 4 E-skills are on Kate now. I think what happened, Green Stash, if I didn't already answer, is I think it overheated. So I either have to clean it, or I have to start using a different PS2. A different model PS2. Oh, we're learning Frog Song right here and now. Dude, that's cool. Okay. Frog Song Kate, learned on all 3. Now, Red has Slash All, so he can just take these 3 dudes out. Okay, okay. The thing about the video title is that it's gonna stay the same for the VOD. A lot of people are gonna watch the VOD, and so the whole beginning of the VOD is me working on that, you know? And so, okay, by the way, we are now halfway. We're halfway done. And then now also getting Yuffie here and now. Had to wait for a crit there, it looked like. Alright, and just recruiting Yuffie, of course. Oh, and then also, RNG manipulation. At the end of the fight here, this little pause, certainly RNG manipulation, because what that did is it made it so that at the end of the battle RNG stopped advancing at the end of the battle, on the exact frame that the battle ended, right? And so that pause was to manipulate what frame, how RNG left off, because right here, we're about to recruit Yuffie. This is the part, when this screen comes up, is when the game calculates what level Yuffie should be and levels her up all the way to that level, using battle RNG where it last left off. So we manipulated Yuffie's stat ups from levels. With that little battle pause. Alright, so this must be getting big guard on all 4 E skills now. There it is. Slash all once again. Fastest way to get rid of dudes. Now it's time for Fort Condor. I wonder which method is faster. If is it faster to get into the fight, or is it faster to win the minigame? It's probably faster to win the minigame. It's gotta be. Oh yeah, we're winning the minigame. So he's going all the way down to spawn a guy as low as possible. And now, build the guys down, 2 attackers. And I actually want to see how this is done. So it was 1 guy at the start, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 attackers. Okay, so RTA, we've been doing 5 dudes and then 2 attackers, and that fucked me. Because when I put the 5th guy down, I didn't have room to put the attackers. And I lost like 3 minutes on the record. So maybe it's too close to do it that way, RTA, but I'm gonna practice it that way. I bet it's better that way. A friend made you promise you'd never tell anybody how to get big guard. That's funny, dude. Alright, there's the Phoenix materia. Here's grabbing the huge materia from the dude. Ah, we're finally grabbing the long-range materia because we're gonna learn flamethrower! Oh, I get it now! We waited until now to grab long range because now we learn flamethrower. Oh, dude. Okay. Okay. There it is. Flamethrower on all 4 E skills. Don't worry, No Life. It's still a secret to everybody. Okay, feeding for RNG manipulation. Yeah, another fight for the cooldown. Makes sense. Oh, right, and then this is the Ruchin nut. Ever got epic fails or unlucky when speedrunning? Oh, absolutely. I have some very embarrassing run deaths that have happened. One time, I was doing the chocobo race, the required chocobo race, and I was petting my cat, and I forgot to win the race because I was too busy petting the cat. Alright, here's Mime. Hey, Bolt Armlet wasn't embarrassing. That was some bullshit. And then we came back next time, and I did 8 minutes even better. So I'm glad the Bolt Armlet thing happened, because I followed it up with a better run. A better run that I wouldn't have done if the first run had been successful. All right, so here we go. Phoenix on red. Manipulate off of Kate. What the hell's going on here? Oh, we're putting this E skill right here and then moving it to red. Alexander, Bahamut, Chocomog. So we're buffing up red's magic stat for the trains, right? Time, Comet. Yeah, red is getting beefy magic stat. Because each one of these materia is raising his magic stat. Some more than others. Yeah, 4 from Typhoon. Correct. You cannot use E-skills on your teammates and learn the E-skills that way. I don't think any enemies have Mime that I'm aware of. Does the TAS use Magic Breath? It's casted a couple times. It's casted at least once. The no Bolt Armlet drop was actually good RNG? Yeah. It was the game knowing, like, you can do better. You can do better, Dash. Oh, we gotta see the TAS train game. Oh, that's beautiful. 957. Alright. So what are these gonna be, eh? Probably just a comet. Oh, no, Matt. Hey, there's Magic Breath for you. Need Magic Stat? Yeah, look at what red is gonna do to these guys, dude. Boom, Magic Breath on these two. Blammo. Both dead. How about this guy? Aqualung, because he is weak to water. Oh, look at this fight. Okay, so first, this guy is weak to water, so Aqualung is good. Then, the attack is on red, which gives him his limit. And we're weight tricking. So here comes Aqualung number 2. His ATB is pinned down at 0 because we've been in ATB weight ever since his last turn. So now, Aqualung for more damage. And then look at this. So now weight tricking using red's limit ATB. After a character gains their limit, their next ATB period is like, I don't know if it's doubled. I don't know exactly how it works actually, but they get very fast ATB. So boom, using that fast limit ATB to get a third Aqualung in. To weight trick him without having to use haste. That is sick. The weight trick with no haste. That guy is fast too. And then what item was that? Using the final ether, no problem. We'll be able to buy more ethers later. This guy's weak to lightning, so Magic Breath is very good against him. Stole Warrior Bangle Steel there. Very nice, very clean. And then Sled Fang here, probably? Yeah, there's our free Sled Fang. All right. And now, this is a little skip, a little paralysis dodge. You can talk to this woman, which is this text box, at the same time that you hit the cutscene trigger, which is making the camera go, and that lets us move during the cutscene even though we're not normally able to, and we can just leave. Just leave. This is a skip that's done in RTA also, just not quite as fast because we have to set it up. All right. Get catastrophe from the lady. Ooh, we've got a shop. The shop is... We need 1 Maiden's Kiss, 1 Cornucopia, 1 Soft. And then this kid gives you Ultima. Because we did that cutscene skip, we didn't get Ultima during the cutscene. That kid gives it to you, though. Have I watched SebiWebs? I did see his reaction to the Abisoft video, yes. And I also saw I saw his reaction also to the video about Monetary Dragon grinding to level 99 on the first screen. I watched that also. Because I was also in that video. So people told me, like, hey, someone did a reaction to a video that you were in. So I watched it. Him comparing my brain, he said something that was really fucking funny. He said that I've got like a wrinkly Expedition 60 brain, which is like the funniest fucking thing. I do think that the level 99 grind counted, and the reason, Protag, is because so I actually recreated the crash and proved that the thing that crashed his game was the game trying to give him the level 99 achievement. So the only way that that would have happened is if he got level 99, you know? But yeah, it was that Steam had crashed in the background of his PC, and so then when the game tried to give him the level 99 achievement, and then Steam wasn't there, that's what crashed it. And yeah, I've seen that he's not a fan of the remake. I'm not a fan of the remake either. But I go out of my way to avoid talking about it. I mean, honestly, sometimes you fuckers in chat are going off for like a half hour just talking about the remake, and I'm sitting here speedrunning or doing whatever, and I'm just glancing over. I'm just waiting for the remake talk to go away. Because I don't want to say anything, because it's just going to cause more remake discourse if I join the conversation. And there we go. There is our gold chocobo. So there you go. We've got a gold chocobo now. How about that? Riding that one, of course. And there we have it. Down to Mediel. And then heading down this way. What's down this way? What's down this way? Zofer, thanks for subscribing. Down here is Round Island, on which we get Knights of the Round Table. There it is, folks. Do we need to feed the golden chocobo greens before racing? Yes, we're not going to be doing chocobo racing yet, I don't think. Also, we'll see if the TAS actually does that. It might not need to, but it probably does. All right, all right. I don't know if you guys could hear the cat up there. Did I revive the disc player on the PS2? Yeah, I think that the system was just overheating was the problem. So I'm gonna clean the fan out, and then hopefully it doesn't happen again. And if it does, I'm gonna start running on a 77K instead. All right, all right. So here, dude, I actually forgot about the curse ring steel. Yeah, this is another less than 5% steel. Boom, there we have it. And then I guess we're not bothering to do any damage to him yet. But there it is, the curse ring. And now here, I'm gonna do something. Yeah, I'm gonna go a little crazy again. For live stream, we're doing 16 times speed for live stream. Yeah, he leaves after 3 turns. He does Quake, Physical Attack, Ultima Beam, and then leaves. He leaves earlier if you do enough damage to him, though. I'm not sure what the threshold is, though. Yeah, that song sounds very scary at 16 times. Yeah. It's like we're playing Carnival. All right, and here's where we get back to gameplay. We are well over halfway into the task now. However, it is after 10 p.m. And so I need to continue this on Sunday. On Sunday, let's boot this back up and let's do the rest of the commentary, all right? How does that sound, guys? We're going to commentate the rest of the tasks on Sunday. I think that's going to be the plan. But all right, good day today. You know, we did some research on the PS2, got everything figured out that I could do. I got everything figured out that I could figure out with the PS2. And yeah, then we got some more task commentary done, but we're gonna be ready very soon. All right, so let me take a look at who's streaming, because I have very good news for you guys. I have very good news for you. We have multiple 100% FF7 speedruns happening right now. Both Chris Abyss and Caleb Hart are both running FF7 100% right now. Now, I have a feeling. Oh, they're at like the same time too. Caleb's only a little bit sooner. Who to raid? I think that I feel like Caleb will finish first, and then maybe he will raid Chris Abyss once he's done. So I'm gonna say we raid Caleb. So those of you on YouTube, I think he streams on YouTube as well. Actually, let me just find you his YouTube link. Right, because he's probably live.
I've played Final Fantasy VII.
Okay, yeah, that's his channel. Okay, he doesn't stream on YouTube, apparently. So I'm going to send you guys a Twitch link to go check him out. If you guys want to see a live FF7 100%, here's the crazy thing about Caleb is I'm pretty sure he runs without notes. I think he does the entire hundo off the fucking top of his dome piece, which is insanity. Maybe he's using notes now because it's been a while, but last time I watched him do a hundo, he did it literally from memory. So I'm going to send you guys that link over on YouTube, and then on Twitch, we are going to do a raid. So go say hi to Caleb, cheer him on his 100% run, and I will see you guys next time. Bye!